Waiting on 6. City managers, our city clerk here or deputy tonight? Daniel, are we live online right now? Thank you. All right, everyone. Today is December 20th, 2022. It is 6:00 p.m. We are at 100 Polk Avenue in the beautiful city of Cape Canaveral, Florida, 32920 at the City Hall Council Chambers for our Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting. I call this meeting to order. Councilmember Willis, would you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. Thank you, Council, for being here, staff, and supporting, and thank all of you for coming here today and being a part of this beautiful city. Tonight, we got a pretty busy agenda. We're going to get right to it. Started off with the roll call. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Kellum.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Would any of the council members like to change anything on the agenda? Approval of agenda as written or with amendments?
I'm fine.
Want to keep it as written? I think we can just do a motion and move it
Make a
through.
motion to keep the agenda as written.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, got a second by Councilmember Davis to approve the agenda as written. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis.
4.
Councilmember Kellum.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond.
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Thank you. This time we are at the presentation and interviews portion of our meeting. Tonight we have an exciting one, just one, but a special one, which is a presentation of the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials, IEMO, 2 Certificate of Completion to Councilmember Don Willis. Councilmember, congratulations. If you'd like to go down here and say a few words, City Manager is going to read from the League of Cities as we head on down. Thank you.
The letter I have here is from the Florida League of Cities University, dated September 19th, 2022. Councilmember Don Willis, the Honorable Councilmember Don Willis, on behalf of Florida League of Cities, I am pleased to award this certificate to you for the completion of the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials #2 in Fort Myers on September 16, 17, 2022. It is our sincere hope that you found the program challenging and worthwhile. We encourage you to take advantage of other training opportunities through FLC University. We strongly believe that your attendance at the Institute is indicative of your continued commitment to improving the quality of municipal government in Florida. If we may be of assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon us. Sincerely, Lynn S. Tipton, Director, FLC University, Florida League of Cities.
Thank you very much.
I just want to briefly say thank you to the city for making the opportunity available to us. And I hope that all elected officials will avail themselves of the education and use it to the best of their ability to serve the city. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, now we are moving on to the public participation portion of our meeting. For those of you who filled out a card, I have those up here. I have 2 here, and if you still would like to speak, please bring a comment card found at the front to our Sergeant at Arms. We also have a few folks listening online tonight. They'll have an opportunity to speak. If you would like to speak online and you're listening tonight, please raise your hand and I will recognize you, unmute you, and allow you 3 minutes to participate. And with that, we'll get started with the folks here today. First one I have is Mr. John Benton.
I want to explain to the citizens why I'm here, but I want to tell them who the problem is. So all you know now, it's taken 8 years. But the guy's name is Brendan Loftus, Loftus. And he's the one that was calling your code enforcement screaming in the phone that I was living in the warehouse. You found me guilty and you laughed at me. Because Kevin Mann, the deacon, came in and testified after I testified. You wouldn't let me defend myself because he's a deacon. You think he's God? Your religion is getting in our politics, man. I'm standing there with a driver's license and a homestead exemption. That's state issued by the state of Florida. And that doesn't stand up to the lawyer that was there. His employee, she was Jewish. I did not. 6 months before you laughed at me, I sent an email to Judge Raymore out there concerning a private school. When I found out she was Jew, I had to change it and change it. That's a Jew school in Winter Park. That's why they were screaming, people screaming in the phone. It could have been that lawyer not wanting me to come forward. But Brendan Loftus, or whatever it is, he does the Morgan man that cut the grass up. He's in this town. He does a lot of Cocoa Beach. So if you like what he did, got 10 people fired, and those 10 people that got fired, you think about it, people that get fired comes back and shoots people. I'm the target. I didn't do anything. Go get church. Go get Kevin's church. They're the ones that pushed not to give me a code reduction hearing. If you like him, give him a raise. Give him, if you don't like what he did, call him. That's the guy, easy, my renter, the cop in the unit next to me. Why am I gonna live in that unit next to him? Why would you laugh at me thinking I'm homeless, take my money? Not let me change. Get up and testify against me, and I'm sitting there. This is America, this is not Israel. I'm not a Palestinian. Reynolds is a Jew. Davis, or the city manager, he was a Jew. And Joshua is trespassing for holding a sign that Judge Crawford told me to bring here. And the sign said, Attorney Kim Cobb is Mayor Reynolds' nasty blank McGrath. You're gonna trespass me for peacefully protesting that sign? And I'm out there with a post sign. You don't like it. I'm a survivor. Mess with me, I'll come forward. 2 guns got me drawn relatives for me. I don't listen to anybody, especially somebody like Willis that condones this. You're a murderer.
Please address the chair. Thank you.
You're on a board as a Christian school.
John,
Those are the ones that get caught. Those are the ones that getting my.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Miss Peg Schaller. Hi, Peg. How are you? Well, Peg, I want to actually say something to that. You did check item number 6 off. You're certainly have the right to speak about it now, but you can also speak on it when we get to that item as well, if you'd prefer, but I understand. Yes, unless I'm missing something, that's an item for action, and council, I don't have a public comment during that time, if you prefer that. Okay, thank you. All right, so now going to those who are listening at home. Again, if you're listening, please raise your hand. At this time, I see no hands raised. And with that, don't see anything. We're going to go ahead and close public comment. If you desired to speak but didn't get to, please raise your hand now. Thank you. All right. We are now on to the consent agenda. We got 2 items, resolution number 2022-28 and approval of a proposal. Council, if we'd like to pull any of these, now's the time. Otherwise, be looking for a motion to adopt.
Mayor, I would like to pull number 1. Excuse me, Mayor, I thought that we already approved to keep the agenda the way it was. I thought we already had that.
If that's the way you interpreted it, that's not, I don't think that would fly anyways. I think any council member at any moment could pull anything. I certainly didn't interpret it that way. When we approved the agenda, we approved the order. Approval of agenda as written or with amendments. So it was more about the structure and the format. That's how I understood it. Council, if we don't have a problem with it, I'd like to allow her to pull item number 1. So, thank you. Anything else that we'd like to pull? Okay. Looking for a motion to adopt number 2.
I'll make a motion, we adopt number 2.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Kellum, a second by Councilmember Willis to approve the proposal for construction of sidewalks and driveway aprons in the amount of $95,293 with Garcia Civil Contractors, which is item 2. Any other discussion, council? Okay, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Councilmember Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right. Motion passes 5-0. On to consent agenda, or item number 1. Councilmember Kellum?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had a few questions before I think this is a great resolution, and the staff did an awesome job getting this together, and I think it will really be a helpful tool to us in the future. I just had a couple comments or questions. When we talk about regular and special meetings, I would like to see maybe wording putting there that council needs to be more open-minded to special meetings when one is called. There's been a lot of times where a meeting has been called to discuss something important and we can't get a consent from the council, and then it comes up in a meeting which prolongs the meeting. So sometimes I think council needs to be more open-minded to special meetings. My other comment was the meetings are open to the public, and staff minutes are taken. I think that the one-on-one meetings with the city manager are very important and helps facilitate the agenda. But I think sometimes council comes out of the meetings with the city manager with their minds made up. And I think that being open-minded when we all get together, because that's the only time we as a council can speak to it, to be more open-minded about hearing other, opinions, and then again from the public. I think that's important. And my other comment was when I don't think that when we are spending taxpayers' money, that it should be on a consent agenda over a certain amount. That I think that it needs to be discussed. Public needs to have their input on that. So could we set a amount that any money that we're going to spend over a certain amount is not put on the consent agenda, that we have a chance to discuss it as a council and hear public opinion? So that were my 3 questions after speaking with Todd. And again, the staff worked hard on this. I think it's a really important tool for the future. And that was just my 3 comments on that, or questions. I wanted to see what
Thank you.
other council thought.
So you would, just to repeat the 3, so we're all on the same page, is for the council, more of a code of conduct type thing, is that we remain open-minded. That was the first one. The second one, remind me, I got the third, the consent agenda should not
Include
items,
over a certain amount of money, that it should not be on the consent agenda, that we should have time to discuss it as a council and to hear public opinion, because it's their money we're spending. And, I don't think over a certain amount of money, I know, we could be on a consent agenda for under 100,000 or whatever. But I would like to see that.
what was the second one? You had 3?
I think the one-on-one meetings with Todd are very important for the council. But I think sometimes council comes out of those meetings with their mind made up. And then when we get to the dais, they are not open-minded to other opinions or comments from the public that could, have a big impact on what we're deciding.
Okay, so open-minded and then the amount threshold for a consent agenda.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only two though. I don't know if there's three. It sounds like the open.
Well, the
mind-
special meetings.
Oh, special, that was it.
No,
Yep,
there's something that comes up and we really need to talk about it before a regular meeting. That
Got
would
it.
help the regular meeting move along faster, that maybe we could be more open-minded for special meetings.
okay, I understand. Thank you. And we'll circle back and see if this is the place for those before we even consider. But if we, council, are there any, I got a couple I got at least one comment, but want to run it. Anyone have any comments on this agenda item?
Well, if we remove an item from the consent agenda, even if it is a budgeted item that we've already discussed, it's being in the consent agenda, we have usually, I don't know of a case where we haven't already discussed it. For instance, the one tonight, that was part of the strategic planning retreat, and we all agreed. But pulling it, I mean, there's no problem with pulling it and discussing it, but can we open it to the public when we do that, if it is in the consent agenda? That's just a procedural question that I have. So if something's in the consent agenda and it gets pulled, can it be discussed by the public or get input from the public?
I mean, sure, if that's the council's prerogative, but under public participation at the beginning of the meeting, there is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on consent agenda items at that time. But if it gets pulled and the council wants to entertain additional public discussion, you certainly can do that.
I don't see a procedural issue. That's all I'm
So
saying.
you're saying the fact that you can always pull it.
Yeah.
Is the only issue with, I would agree that we always have the power to pull, but remember that the goal of these things was to have more efficient and time meetings. So think about the fact that they budgeted, for example, tonight, 6:25 PM
Mhm.
to 6:30 PM for the consent agenda. And that was based on two items. So there's 5 minutes is what was expected. We are in the problem right now because we are going to go over that. We started early. That's why the time doesn't light up, because we're over 5 minutes now. And so I would say, yes, you can pull it, but it should be factored if it's a certain amount of money, that there's a chance it could get pulled and it's going to take a little bit more time. As long as that's being factored, then we won't create frustration. I think Councilmember Kellum's point is when you see $1 million here, 700,000 here, 200, all in the consent. Yeah, we've talked about it, but I haven't talked to any of you about it. Right. This is the sunshine. So this is our only time. And certainly if there's a resolution drafted, a contract drafted, ordinance draft, we haven't read that more than likely. So I think it's important that, yes, we can still pull it, but the time just needs to be factored. And I think as a request at a minimum, I would agree that there's a high probability that I will be pulling any item over $100,000. So I can't but unless we've spent enough time or it's another council meeting where I've had a chance. Of course, I voted those through, but I think that you don't have to talk a lot, but we should be talking through some of those larger expenditures. So
And to have public input on those expenditures as well, I think it's important.
yes, and when it's on consent, I think that was a good point. I think we ran through. Noted, I think will be enough here. I think we've all heard this and the next meeting will come out and that's important. One thing I want to say, one of the biggest reasons that meetings go long is usually related to one of two things. There's a question about legal or there's a question about the finances. We have a chief financial officer who is here. I can't think of a meeting that John DeLeo has not been here. And certainly our city attorney or someone within his firm is here to represent us. The ordinances, the charter tell us to do that, and we do it. But when we get an agenda item, when we look at the agenda summary, it goes through a very nice flow. It's got sections. The one section we all look at is the city manager recommends. That's a very important one on behalf of the whole administration. We take that recommendation very seriously. There's a financial impact section. And I think that sometimes the information here is great. Sometimes you can't get financial data, but sometimes it's needed and it's not there. And it's just a matter of, I think if we want it, it could be there. And because the financial impact, it's usually in the agenda summary, but it helps when there's multiple numbers to distill it down into some sort of consistent, this is going to affect us by X% or something that we can see financially. If I see that, that helps me see the financial impact on the city, helps the public see it. I don't have to ask questions. We're sort of doing that today. I'm just requesting that for more efficient and timely meetings, we start doing that more often. That will help me, and I think it will help all involved. And then I'm proposing that we add another section and put it, whether this resolution is the place for it or not, is a legal review. Our city attorney is here, and there has been several meetings where a legal issue, either the city attorney did not review that because it was something that he normally would not review, or we see a summary from our city staff, but I don't know my city attorney's opinion on it. And that's very, very valuable in recommendation. So if we added a section in these summaries that had legal opinion and bias or options, that would allow us to have an agenda summary that gave us legal guidance in a very distilled, easy way, financial guidance, we're almost there, and most importantly, our city manager's recommendation for time and efficient meetings. I would like to propose we add that here or just put it into practice by ordinance, by charter, whatever the procedure is. And that's the only comments I had. So I'm going to add that. Are there any other?
I just have a question regarding that. I understand your purpose in wanting to get our attorney's opinion. Cost effective. How much is that going to be extra, and how much, we're talking about spending money, and how much is that going to cost for him doing that each time?
Excellent point. I agree. I think we should set some sort of threshold on the types of things we want a city attorney review. So I would think there would be a financial threshold, or if there's some legal contractual land use or some obligation that's going to put the city at risk. City manager and I have spoke about this in the past. He actually had at the time kind of some framework to address that concern. And I agree with you. I think that you can't just say city attorney review on everything. Okay, so I have one question that will involve both Councilmember Kellum's and mine is this resolution the place to add what I'm talking about in regards to changing the agenda summary? I don't know. I know it is related to more efficient meetings. And then the other one is Councilmember Kellum talked about special meeting and should we be in our ordinances for any things on that? And consent agenda, like how a special meeting's called, we spent time there. I don't know if it falls in here, which it probably does, because I don't see how it would fit over there. That was my question, are these the appropriate places to try to do these, make these amendments? To our city attorney or city manager?
I'll be happy to chime in here. As I understand this resolution, it's all about assisting the council with conducting shorter and more efficient, effective meetings. So far, what I've heard actually probably would result in more detailed meetings and longer meetings. Some of the ideas while they may be good, seem to be more general rules of procedure, which the city council has adopted by ordinance, which is set forth in the code. I thought that this particular, Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought this resolution was more a supplement and guidelines and aspirations to try to move meetings along.
Yes, that's how I
So,
understood it.
Again, I mean, the council establishes its own rules and procedures to the extent that you want to modify those rules, like establishing minimum thresholds or maximum purchases that can go on consent. I would recommend that those types of items be in your general rules, not so much these supplemental rules and aspirations and guidelines for faster meetings.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
Councilmember Kellum, that consent, can we pull that one for tonight's task and you bring that back through a procedure that the city attorney thinks is general rules? That's, the point is not, it's not tonight. We're not taking up the general rules.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So so that leaves the two, one about special meetings.
That's covered also in your general
General,
rules.
okay.
In the city code. The process and procedure for calling special meetings is all laid out in there. If you recall, last year or the year before, I can't remember now, you all tackled those issues rather extensively and made some significant revisions to that procedure. But that's where that issue, I think, is better suited to be addressed.
Does that leave anything that we could do out of yours, or do you want to take that route?
No,
Okay. And so the last question is, yeah, I do think, I did interpret it as you said, Anthony, that it's guidelines for meetings. And I felt that a guideline for how the meeting agenda is structured, is this the place for that? Or is that more for general rules?
I think, trying to look under your rules right now to see if there's,
Thank you.
yeah, there's preparation and notice of agenda section that's in your general rules. Perhaps if you want some other section, I think, is that what you're suggesting? Another section in the
Well,
agenda item?
let's start here. What procedures guide this format? Is this your in-house administrative?
It's a format that's worked well for many years, but we can always change it.
So my request, and maybe council, we don't necessarily have to address it in this document tonight, is to, between now and the next meeting, maybe all of us, we can talk with you and get some ideas and we can think on it and we can punt on for tonight with that.
Format's not covered, Mayor, in your general rules. So, I mean, the council can certainly give direction to the manager and how you want that laid out separately.
Well, the fact that not 100% of it is under his desk today, and it is working, I agree. If he likes this idea, I think,
Not married to it, though. There's always better ways. Always willing to learn.
okay. Cool. Well, council, if there's not anything else on this, I think we can approve it as written.
Okay. Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
I'd like to move to approve resolution number 2022-28.
second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, got a second by Council Member Kellum. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis,
Or
Councilmember Kellum,
Four.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond,
Or
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Resolution number 2022-28 passes 5-0. Thank you all. Now we are moving on to the items for action. We're right at 6:30 PM, right on time. Item number 3, review, revise as needed and move to adopt the updated community vision statement. City Manager. You wanna-
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we did this first about 12 years ago. In 2010, we had our first visioning statement. And council decided as a result of a strategic planning retreat that it was time to do it again, have another visioning session. We colloquially called it the revisioning session 2022. And started in January. There were several public engagements that are detailed there on the screen there. 3 community public visioning meetings. There was a post-community visioning session survey, community vision statement feedback survey. And all this was about what do we want our city to be like when, we envision where it is, where it's been, where it's going. How do we see our city shaping up? So again, this is in the realm of aspirational. So the facilitator for that, Doug Thomas from SGR, helped us out a lot. And many people said many things about what the city has been through, they see it as. Like one of the things I recall a lot is a small town feel, that we want to retain the small town feel. Business friendly, several other words like that came out. And the results were presented to City Council last summer, and the document was accepted by the City Council. The only thing the City Council did not make a formal action on was adopting a vision statement. So this item is about adopting an updated vision statement. That statement, right now it's on the walls in City Hall. It's quite long. Doug Thomas suggested we shrink it, make it smaller, perhaps more impactful. He put some words together based on his experience with that 2022 revisioning process, and his words are here. An engaged and inclusive community that embraces and preserves its special and natural accessible ocean and riverfront shorelines and open spaces, promotes safe multimodal interconnectivity, balanced, sustainable, and architecturally attractive developments through a business-friendly philosophy and the provision of public infrastructure systems to meet current and future community needs. So that's what Mr. Thomas put out as a suggested vision statement. City Council considered that last summer and said, let's do one more round of public input. So a survey was put out. It was about 6 weeks long, October, November timeframe, and it yielded some results. The results were linked in the agenda. It's quite a lengthy survey. Every single comment that was made was put in there, but in general, there were responsive comments and there were non-responsive comments. The responsive comments that we heard that directly addressed the questions that we asked, we got some meaningful feedback, such as we should include words like eco-friendly, lifestyle, and healthy living. Suggested words to remove, business friendly. I'm not sure why we would remove that, but that was suggested. Another suggestion was it needs to be more brief, suggested more brevity. Also a suggestion was use plain language, more plain language. Then there were non-responsive comments, such as special interest complaints, i.e. short-term rental restrictions, completion of projects, architectural cohesiveness, decorum, speeches at public meetings. That's not really stuff that belongs in the vision statement, but the other ones we could consider adding eco-friendly, for example, if we wanted to talk about our lifestyle perhaps. But back to the original suggested vision statement that Mr. Thomas put out, I think the best way the council can handle this is, do we like that? Given that that's what he came up with initially, we've got some feedback now from the community. Do we want to change any part of it, any words of it? And so either adopt it or modify it and approve it. Obviously, this is not a huge item right now, but it is something that we do need to tackle. We're coming up on a year since we started this, since we embarked on this. So Mayor, I hope I can help any further. If there's any more questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions for City Manager?
I have a question. I know we put that survey out for the people, but then Molly was sending council reminders about and asked for input from the council. Where is that? Did anyone respond? Or
Is
I
Molly
know
here?
I did, but I don't know what the other council.
Molly, if you could respond to that, please.
Those were only reminders to keep it fresh in your mind. It wasn't specifically asking for feedback in those emails. Those were just to keep the topic fresh in your mind every month in leading up to this meeting.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought it was.
Yeah, Todd asked me to set reminders so that we all didn't forget how crazy things get, especially this time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I have one comment. I was looking at the other comments and other change of words, eco-friendly. I do see that we have sustainable. We don't have resilient in there, which it's okay. I mean, the more I think about it, I was a little negative about the statement. I thought it was a little wordy and questioned some of the adjectives used. But the more I think about it, the more I like it. And it's a difficult thing to do. And I tried to change it myself and couldn't. And I mean, I think it's easy to be negative about it, to say, oh, I don't like it. I want plainer language. Very, very difficult. But if people have good ideas about it, great. But I mean, something's nagging at me. I just think that we need to be very honest about this. And I'm not sure that this is completely honest. Sorry, but I'm just one resident.
When you say honest, what do you mean?
I don't want to,
You don't have to answer.
yeah,
I'm
can I
curious.
take the fifth on this?
Is there, I don't think I
I
understand.
want to
but-
take the fifth on this, I think. I'm very interested in hearing from the public
Mhm.
and what the public has to say about this. It just,
You don't love
I'm
it.
uncomfortable.
You don't love it.
I don't love it. I'm a little uncomfortable with it because if I can pick something out and say, I don't agree with that. And I think that's what some of our residents said
Hmm.
non-verbally when I see some of the comments. And we did get negative comments.
Mhm.
I just think that we really need to reconsider. I think I'm uncomfortable with it. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me on this.
Council?
He has coughed. You.
Councilman Willis, you'd like to take a 5-minute recess? Please. We certainly won't take any action till you get back. Council, do y'all want to proceed or wait? I think we're just kind of this is a great thing. We're recording so he can watch it, but Councilmember Davis, I don't know if you wanted to speak or respond to.
We're missing a little something in it,
Mhm.
so.
Well, talk about the needing a 5-0. This is one where you really want 5-0 vote. And not that we don't have it, it's just the vision statement. City manager, do you have any, I guess, if we were to adopt this as written tonight, how does that change your world? Are you going to start ripping down wherever the vision statement is?
Yes, that
I
would
mean,
be,
these are real things,
this
right?
would
That
supersede that, yes.
all the content on the website,
Yep, change that.
any other, and I know that's a lot of work to make sure it's covered wherever, and that's been copy and pasted a lot.
Yeah, yep.
So would it be, if we could bring this back and maybe, I don't want to put more burden on staff, but if you just kept this same thing in front of us for the next 2 to 3 meetings and we just take 5 and read it, or are you recommending we just do nothing and leave what we have today? Okay. Councilmember Raymond, or Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me. Are you trying to find something?
I'm not sure what I want. I'm really not sure.
You wanna-
And I mean, I look at it every time Molly sends it and I read it and reread it. I just said that I'm a little uncomfortable. I think that,
Let's postpone it.
I think it's fine. I don't think that we should keep postponing and throwing things down the road. Because again, that just makes for a more difficult meeting next time. I think it's okay. It's just, I'm not 100% comfortable. But if everyone else is,
I think maybe
okay.
Mayor Pro Tem is saying it reads a little dry. And
What do you think, Mayor? What do you think about it?
I think I see where you're coming from.
Oh, here comes Molly.
It says riverfront, Todd. That's pretty wet.
An ocean.
I think of the one comment where someone said use plain language. I don't know if a lot of people would know what modal,
Multimodal, well, we can talk about it.
what that would mean, interconnectivity.
If council likes saying these words and making sure I can understand where you're feeling, and perhaps going to the public and where they feel,
Mhm.
perhaps we can come back with another draft the more we talk about this until we get there. So perhaps, Mayor, if you want to poll the rest of the council for any other additional words and then maybe go to the public.
Like it. Council, this is the word game. So are there any words that you see on there that you don't like? And are there any words that you don't see in there that you would like? City manager, now's a great time to get those over, and even after tomorrow, email them and try to I think your idea is that city staff will work on it.
Yes, and also on our one-on-ones, we can talk
Yes,
about it as well.
I think that that's going to move us in the right direction.
So what I have for right now is less wordy and more simplified.
Mhm.
And maybe that would help us get less dry. But other helpful adjectives would be appreciated.
Resilience was stated by Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know, did you want that in there?
Sustainable, I think is good. But there is a difference according to our sustainability and resiliency manager,
Mhm.
correct? He's looking.
Yeah,
up.
there is a difference.
Correct. I mean, I think that maybe we should hear from Molly because I
Sure.
know Molly has worked
Can-
so hard on this.
Yes, I think hearing from the public, Molly and all is good. We're at 6:42. Why don't we do that? And then we'll try to bring it back and wrap it up. Molly, if you would help us here, weigh in, please. Thank you.
What I have to add to this isn't really a suggestion as far as making changes, but I can tell you an answer to your specific question that you asked, Todd, from being in the trenches, literally, with the last vision statement. For the 8 years that I've worked here, as soon as I was onboarded and fully versed in the vision statement process, which had just wrapped up when I came on board in March of 2014, I had a copy of that literally right beside my desk. And anytime I pitched a program to Gustavo or was creating a document, whether it be assisting with state of the city or early advertisements early on, everything I did and everything I communicated, you could go back to those emails and see very specific phrases that were used in everything. And if you pull out your budget books even the ones from today, which are so many years past that initial vision statement, when you look at the justifications for the capital projects, they all tie into a specific phrase. It could be walkable, bikeable. I had to teach Microsoft Word to accept walkable, bikeable as a phrase because it kept popping up as an error in everything I wrote. So when it comes to the day-to-day application, like how is this decision that you guys are making affecting us as staff? It's going to definitely affect how things are presented in the budget. It's going to affect how We explain things to outside stakeholders and other agencies, and it basically becomes part of our brand. So that's how important the wording really is on that, because that's how we're going to, just like a mission statement for an organization, everything you do, whether it's your budget or your actual programs and activities, all of it ties back to that somehow. Even if sometimes it's a little bit of a stretch and it's more conceptual than it is literal, then that's what that document is for. It's our path to not only create programs, but also on my end, because I do so much of the writing and the graphics and stuff like that, it's promoting them as well. So that's all I have to add.
Thank you. Very well said. It shapes the policy, shapes the budget, shapes the administrative day-to-day operations. We change the words out, but then we follow it. Thank you.
Mayor, what does everybody on the council think about walkable, bikeable, safe, walkable, bikeable? I like the safe, walkable, bikeable. Yes, I understand that the multimodal interconnectivity is used, and I know the TPO uses this. But we don't have to, because TPO does,
I
and
would
other
agree.
organizations. I like walkable, bikeable. I think people understand that because it's very true.
I like it better, but I'm open to multimodal if there's a reason for that. I say bikeable, walkable when I'm talking. I don't know if I've ever said multimodal, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll start. If it becomes our vision, I will.
Oh, we're going to hear from
I think,
TPO.
my apologies for having to leave. I think the multimodal sounds too industrial for a community. So if we can make it more neighborly, if you will, I think it would be more palatable for everyone.
Did you say neighborly? I'm sorry.
Yes.
We say that we want that, and our residents said they want a small town feel for us. And I mean, a multimodal interconnectivity sounds like a bigger city. We're not a metropolis. I think that we have to look at what we really are. And that's why I think I was uncomfortable. I'm much more inclined to say walkable, bikeable too.
I also think, I don't know if people will understand architecturally attractive development.
Alliteration, yes.
Yeah, where?
Developments.
That's why I said I thought that we could be more honest. That's kind of what I meant about honesty.
Okay.
And why I was uncomfortable with this. Now it's coming. Okay,
Well,
come on, keep coming up.
Architecturally attractive doesn't describe what you see today.
Thank you.
Well, remember, this is a vision statement. This is where we're going. You want to put things down on where you want to be. The mission's how we get there, the path, and our values are, how we make decisions every day. But this vision is the end game, the thing we wake up every single day. We're going there, as Molly said, far better than I. So
Promotes, yes, you're
Yep.
right. This is true.
So Todd, I think you're hearing a few things here.
I can repeat back if you like, Mayor.
Yeah, well, are there any more swaps? And we have time to go one-on-one or whatever. Anything else? Yeah, if you repeat back, we can probably make a motion and get this put behind us.
Well, it would require another draft be brought back.
Yes.
Less wordy, more simplified words. Include walkable, bikeable. Include the word neighborly. Include the words small town feel, and also remove multimodal interconnectivity.
Sounds like you got it all.
Good.
Do we need to add the resilience?
Zach, question. What's the better word, sustainable or resilient?
Or both?
They are different.
Both.
Or both?
Resiliency is your ability to rebound. Sustainability is your
It makes me so proud of this conversation. Teachings are doing something. I think reading it, I would feel better with the term resilience because it can be a broader scope that includes sustainability in its umbrella. You're right, you can be resilient, but not necessarily sustainable. You can be sustainable, but not necessarily resilient. They play off each other, as they should. But resilience can focus on a lot of things too. Economic resilience, social resilience, cultural resilience, literal infrastructure resilience. I think with that, that's where we want to go. We'll do that with sustainable development, with sustainable practices. I think resilience is the term probably where that's a strong word. I would advise that word.
Thank you, Zach.
And that was a strong comment. Nice, Zach. I like it. Okay. Anything else, council?
So if it pleases the mayor, I don't know if you want to go to the public, but if it
I
pleases.
would love to, yes. If anyone from the public who'd like to, is that what, sorry,
Yes, sir.
if you'd like to weigh in on this, maybe just try to keep it to a minute because we didn't public comment cards. If you need more time, let me know. Anyone like to speak on this? Weigh in, add, take away? Looking online as well. If you would like to participate, please raise your hand. A few people on there in relation to this topic that we're talking about now, which is agenda item. Where are we? Number 3. And seeing no hands raised, seeing no one here who I think wants to speak, we'll come back.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. We've got some really good feedback from the council tonight. We'll put together a draft. I'll work with my talented staff to revise some words here, keep it about the same length, but change some of those words. And then I'll review that with council members one-on-one. And then if I sense that, yeah, we're really trending towards an acceptance here, we'll put it on a subsequent agenda for adoption.
Thank you. I don't think we need to do anything. Just take no action and
No action is
Good.
fine.
Council, we're okay with taking no action? Sounds good. All right, moving on to the next agenda item, number 4, which is an approved proposal from Odyssey Manufacturing Company in the amount of $100,430 to replace the Public Works Services Facility Dechlorination System with a sodium bisulfite system. City Manager, any overview?
Yes,
would be
yes,
helpful?
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have our Director, June Clark, here. If there's any questions, in a nutshell, this SO2 system is an antiquated system. It can be harmful to humans and caustic, and there's a much better system that's been recommended to us. As a matter of fact, we had a spill about 5 years ago. Nobody was hurt, but it had to be reported to the DEP. The DEP suggested to us that we upgrade this system to the newer system, the newer standard, which is, June, I know you know these words better than I do. The SO2 going to sodium bisulfate, which is more commercially available. It's safer for humans. Speaking of availability, the previous system, we did have some availability issues and some delivery issues during the storms during COVID. Switching to this not only is safer, it's more reliable. Operating costs are similar. Staff talked to other municipalities who are already on this new system and found that it costs the same to operate. It's just more friendly in every respect. So the one concern we have here is that the installation of this system, the transfer over to this new system, is taking place while we're doing the structural buildings item. Remember, if you recall, the last council meeting, there were 8 structural buildings that were approved as another recommended improvement. This is one of them. This is inside one of them. So staff will coordinate that switch over with the structural buildings work at that time. June, did I miss anything important? Safety, it's a safer system. Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff?
I would like to ask June a question.
June, would you mind come up, please?
Hey, June.
Ms. Clark, what is the staff requirement for the new system versus the old system? Do you require more personnel to operate with this system or less? The same amount? Okay. So you needed 3 people prior to deal with the operation of the old system? And 1 for the new? But it'll be the same? Okay. All right. I went out and looked at the system and I didn't want to walk in there, so, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for June while she's near? Okay, thank you, June.
100% funded from the wastewater fund enterprise.
Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Yes, please. Any more questions?
Not a question, but just a comment. I think whenever we talk about safety and security about the wastewater and the whole project there, I think we've always been in agreement as a council. We've always said whatever needs to be done, and it's necessary for safety. And I see that this is definitely necessary for safety. So we always vote in favor of these things. So are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, I just want to,
Make sure the questions are, yep.
we brought something up earlier, like, to me, this is something that we need to do. We, obviously don't have a choice. This is the best way to go. It is over $100,000, but in the future, is this something, we were talking about consent items and things like this. This is an item that could go under consent. It's over $100,000. Just because we were in that discussion before about, money and, amounts and that on consent. So this is a perfect example for something that I think that all of us would vote for, without hesitation, but it is over that money that you were considering, Mr. Mayor, about the $100,000. So just something to think about.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. Council, I have no questions either. Looking for a motion.
I move that we go ahead with the proposal as
Second.
written. Thank you.
Second.
All right, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, second by Council Member Willis. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis,
Or
Councilmember Kellum,
Or
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond,
Or
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Motion passes 5-0. Moving on now to item number 5, accept the Presidential Streets Master Plan and authorize staff to obtain a proposal for a Phase 2 study for a one-way street specific recommendations. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This also was born of the strategic planning retreat. The Presidential Streets Master Plan actually started with an idea. The mayor and I were discussing about repaving and what is our cycle of repaving streets, and neither of us were happy with where we were on an overview, the large 20, 30, 40-year horizon of repaving streets. And that got us to thinking and talking, and that eventually evolved into a Presidential Streets Master Plan, thinking about the presidential streets as the first platted area in the 1920s. It was the first platted area of our city. The streets were named, they were laid out in their east-west configuration. The north-south streets were laid out back then. And then over the course of 40 years, they started being built. Well, the infrastructure in that area is some of the oldest infrastructure in the city. So recognizing not only the age of it, but the problems that we've seen over time with the periodic flooding and the high rains as the world is changing and the Indian River Lagoon is getting higher, and overcoming some of these challenges, we thought we needed an architecturally cohesive framework to reconstruct the presidential streets. It's an audacious plan, but if we're going to be going in there and redoing major parts of our infrastructure, let's at least take a look at what the top side of it's going to look like from an architecturally pleasing and functional perspective. Let's make this whole presidential streets what we want it to be for the future. You don't often get a chance to redo something like this, but we're at that point where we feel we need to plan for the redoing of the presidential streets. Council liked that at the retreat, and that caused us to engage Kimley Horn for to prepare a Presidential Streets Master Plan And we would like to ask council to accept that. But before we do, I want to ask Zach, he's got some words to say to introduce this. And then I see we have Kelly Klepper here from Kimley Horn as well. Zach, please proceed.
Thank you, Todd. Good evening, council members. We have a presentation for you today. Before we hand it off to Kimley Horn, Kyle and I would just like to say a few words, just to kind of set the scene and set the gravity of the moment. I think it's really important to do that. So the Presidential Streets Master Plan is the culmination of several years worth of work intended to enhance the overall sustainability and resilience of municipal infrastructure, improve resident well-being, and safely increase connectivity among pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists specific to the presidential streets. There are many challenges that we presently face as a community, and these challenges will only continue to amplify moving forward if we do not prepare now for them. It's no secret that the city deals with flood issues. Rain patterns are changing and sea levels are rising. We live in a climate now where the wet times are wetter and the dry times are drier. Flood-related issues have only increased across the state, which has been made very clear by the recent passage of both Hurricane Ian and Nicole. Just last Friday, Governor Ron DeSantis signed what is being called a precedent-setting piece of new legislation, now requiring properties even built outside established flood zones to have flood insurance if they're using state-backed insurance, which is the first of its kind in the nation. Combining this with large amounts of impervious surfaces throughout the presidential streets, built across infrastructure designed for a different time, has culminated in a situation that needs specific attention and redesign. You can refer to the handouts you have in front of you, prepared by Dr. Jason Evans with Stetson University, who is actually here with us tonight, if you have any questions for him. One is showing the impervious surface cover in the city by zoning category, and the other one by stormwater basin. And there's also two of those blown up to movie poster size over there on the easels for the public to see. You can clearly see the presidential streets have some of the highest impervious counts in the city. We need to be ahead of the game and lead by example, and we need to be transformational in our thinking to collectively address these issues. Big challenges require big ideas with sometimes relatively simple solutions. With this plan, we will mainly be tackling two small questions with large long-term implications. How do we make the presidential streets more resilient in regards to safety, mobility, and accessibility? And where do we put the water? And by extension, what quality of water will that be? What city staff and Kimley Horn are presenting tonight is an immensely exciting piece of forward-thinking urban planning that could be a pivotal moment in the city's history, a truly transformational plan that has the potential to do many things: beautify our streets, enhance property values, deliver long-term economic community viability, and lower risk. As Kimley Horn will show you, throughout the process, we've learned from community members, heard very helpful feedback, and have been shown where residents would like our attention to be. There's no silver bullet to fixing these issues, but we have compiled recommendations and solutions that could make a very real difference if implemented at scale and at several critical areas across the presidential streets. Implementation will surely take time and commitment, but acting now will be in the best interest of all, would lower long-term costs and mitigate and even reduce damage costs associated with future flooding. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Kyle Harris, our senior planner. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to do a brief introduction. This is my first item here at the city council meeting, so just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Kyle Harris. I've been the planner here since July. Took the position from Brenda Serpernot. And so I just want to also acknowledge that she put in a lot of work for this. She kind of set the foundation for this whole thing and got the ball rolling. So I just wanted to get that out there. And so for a little bit of background, Todd kind of touched on this, but this came out of the 2021 strategic planning retreat after some discussions surrounding the need for our critical infrastructure to be modernized and enhanced due to the issues mentioned by Zach. The city then went to contract Kimley Horn to conduct the research, outreach, and the drafting of the plan you see today. The intention with this plan was to understand the presidential streets on sort of a high level and to understand that this plan is multi-generational. This is going to be taking us to, the mid-century, 2050. So it places a heavy emphasis on modern concepts like low impact development, green stormwater infrastructure, Vision Zero. I was going to put multimodal here, but I didn't want to. But you guys have all become very familiar with all this. So this plan was informed by feedback from quite literally hundreds of residents, stakeholders, various professional partners, and the city's planning and zoning board, who reviewed it at two different board meetings, once in August and then again in October. And from there, I will hand it over to Kimley Horn. Kelly Klepper is going to give you guys a brief presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor,
foremost, I am Kelly Pepper with King Horn Associates. With me tonight is Colleen McGee, one of our senior planners. And before we get into this, I do want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and wish everybody the best over the upcoming weeks. I would love to be able to stop right there and just say what they said, because they did a phenomenal job in kind of setting the stage for this plan. When Todd first approached us as the city manager and the staff, the first words out of his mouth is, we want a multi-generational plan that's really going to put us on the map. I'm kind of paraphrasing what Todd mentioned. And throughout the process, it was very, very evident that there was a passion from staff, not to just do another planning document that's going to sit on a shelf, but create a document that is not only multi-generational, it's not just planning, but it is multifaceted. As Kyle and of course Zach was alluding to, it's planning, it's transportation, it's engineering, it's landscape architecture and urban design. It's also about the community. A key component, as was mentioned earlier, was the community feedback. This is probably one of the most successful in terms of community feedback as far as the comments, the type of comments, and the guidance that we received. And a key term in what we're going to be presenting to you tonight is one word: listened. We listened along the way. Every opportunity, whether it was from staff receiving comments from this body, from the planning board, from whoever, we listened. So we're going to go through a brief presentation. And at the end of that, we're going to, of course, open it up for questions, but also give you kind of that roadmap that we've been discussing over the past several months. And just for, I'll say, Todd and Dave's input on this as well, it has been tremendous. Staff has been with us every step of the way. We would actually like to, with the city's permission, submit this not only to FPDA, but APA Florida for a statewide award for 2023. We think it's that good. So with that, I don't know if the city clerk has the clickers. I'm used to doing it from here, but.
No, I'm doing it for you.
Okay, cool. Like I said, we're going to be fairly succinct and brief. By all means, please feel free to ask us questions as we go. So we can go to the first official slide. So you all have heard about the project for a number of months. You know where the study area is. And the biggest thing that we're doing is not only looking at the resiliency of the area, but we're looking at those multifaceted components. Next. From an overview perspective, there again, best management practices, best planning practices. We looked at the critical elements of those plans that the city has undertaken over the course of the last 10, 12 years. The study area itself, walking the site, driving the site, meeting with staff, meeting with residents, understanding exactly what the big picture was, as well as the micro components of this as well. We also looked at, from a series of recommendations, not just what could be implemented today, but also tomorrow, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now. And that's part of the emphasis behind this plan. So what are those critical elements? Creating that strong sense of place, a connected, efficient, multimodal transportation network. And by the way, Colleen is the queen of multimodal. So we should, in the next 2 or 3 minutes, try to come up with another term for us. But also, and very much an important aspect of this is that this plan and what we're proposing and identifying here is equitable. Equity across the board for the residents, for the businesses, for the community as a whole. It's an environmentally sustainable approach to what we're talking about here. So there again, there's a number of plans that have been undertaken, going all the way back to the CRA master plan, that community redevelopment master plan. You can go to the next slide too as well, Mia. There was the resiliency master plans. There was the Polk Avenue streetscape, the small area study, and as well as the action plan itself. So why do we say, start asking the question, what makes this plan unique? Because there is a lot of momentum. There's been a lot of building momentum that has informed this plan along the way. This is also something that what we've done is provide a toolkit for the city. And as part of that is also as part of the phase 2 discussion that we have towards the end of this. It there again gives the city the ability to start moving forward with those implementable projects right now. And what are going to be those things? Not just signage, not just a light to make everybody kind of, ooh, we did something. But what's that first big project out of the box that can go, wow, that's what we're talking about. So what is that overall approach? We kind of create the, when I say the roadmap, one of our graphic designers took me literally and created an overall roadmap from the ideas, the evolution, the schematics, refining those graphics, refining those concepts, and coming all the way back. And at the end of the day, as part of these projects, we're at the very beginnings of these. We work all the way through to the formal design. And when I say the formal design, that's working in concert with our engineering team, our landscape architecture team, as well as our planning team, to create that cohesive project out of the gate. Because whatever you do, we'll say on the surface, is going to affect what happens underground. So that's the reason we're talking about a multifaceted approach here. So those existing conditions, and we're not going to tell you anything that you don't already know. Heavy residential use within the community. There's a number of points where stormwater is a concern. Inconsistent stop sign placement and placement of sidewalks or missing sidewalks. Lack of ADA accessible ramps or those connecting features. So one of the things that we've identified in part of our plan is not only where those critical features and that those critical assets are, but from an overall perspective, what's the first couple of items that we need to be identifying now to start the process moving forward? So you heard me say the big L word, we listened. We held a number of community workshops. We've taken online comments. We actually opened up the surveys longer than we had initially anticipated. Why? Because it was still receiving comments. Normally you say, okay, we're done in 2 weeks and we cut it off from everybody. Sorry about that. But because of the number of comments we were receiving and working with staff, we said, let's keep it going. So that way we can continue to get those comments. The maps and everything that you see throughout the document are reflective of that. And then you can also kind of start to literally pinpoint those recommendations back to the comments that we received. Again, the ideas that came out, whether it's from shade trees to safety to points of interest or flooding, all are reflected in this plan itself. At the end of the day, there is a number of things that kind of came out of this plan. And what does that framework look like? And Colleen's going to start to talk through 3 key components. But in the plan itself, and like I said, hopefully everybody's had a chance to read it, we identify all of these types of projects, either in whole or in part with other components. And like I said, we really do want to focus in on 3 kind of core components tonight, being and we'll kind of highlight this with the next slide, the pedestrian and bicycle improvements, the stormwater improvements, as well as the resiliency. Colleen?
Good evening, Council. Colleen McGee for the record. So when we listened to the community, as your staff and Kelly were just talking about, there were 3 big items that kept coming up over and over again. So wanting to see bicycle and pedestrian improvements, stormwater improvements, and how that really ties in with resiliency improvements in the residential streets area. Thank you. Next slide. So there are 5 different types of improvements from a bicycle and pedestrian perspective. And I'm going to say that instead of multimodal. Kelly was joking about that earlier, but walking and biking is really important for your community, as I'm sure you all know. So improving sidewalks, adding in a multi-use trail, making sure we're looking at pedestrian scale lighting, and then different types of bicycle improvements like a shared lane marking that you see here, or a bicycle boulevard, a 2-way bike boulevard in the street. Next slide. Kind of honing in on stormwater improvements, as this is particularly important right now in this area with the recent flooding. On the next slide, we've seen some great photos that staff shared with us of documentation of different flooding events that have occurred even during the study period that we've been working in residential streets area. So wanted to make sure to note that. In the next slide, in addition to all of the comments we received from residents about flooding concerns in particular locations. So some different recommendations for addressing that, which also tie in nicely with sustainability and resiliency improvements. Looking at exfiltration trenches to increase stormwater infiltration, reducing that overall impervious surface area on your streets, and reducing street widths where practical, which I'll talk about later on in my presentation. And then also looking at different types of low impact development stormwater techniques. Next slide, please. As you can see, there are some areas, this is from a different study, but building upon that study and our recommendations, there are some issues where you have serious flooding within that 1 hour. Next slide. So tying in with the stormwater considerations, resiliency is very important to the community, as we heard. So next slide. We looked at 4 different areas. So we looked at where are the critical facilities in presidential streets? Where are the flood hazards and storm surge risk? Looking closely at the transportation characteristics and facilities, and then also making sure to take note of social vulnerability in the area. And these are some of the different resiliency improvements that were identified. A lot of these are overlapping, like I mentioned, with stormwater, but certainly looking at Florida native friendly landscaping, trees and plants, low impact development, and then everything from making sure bus stops are covered to promote alternative modes of transportation, and looking at solar powered lighting wherever possible. Next slide. From there, in listening to the community, there were several different areas we decided to focus on. So we looked at 3 different intersections, and then we looked at 2 different streets. And this was important because you'll see that these match up nicely with the dots on that map that Kelly showed on the previous slide. But these recommendations are going to be portable to any of the streets in the presidential streets area. For the purposes of our presentation today, I'm going to focus on Fillmore Avenue. Next slide. So here it is identified. I'll zoom in a little bit more. Next slide, please. Existing conditions on Fillmore Avenue. We have serious flooding concerns on this street. The right-of-way is limited. There's great connectivity with some of the critical infrastructure, like your recreational complex. But there is also identified safety concerns along Fillmore. And then, kind of limited space and parking at the beach ends, private parking backing up into the street. These were just some of the comments we heard from the community. Next slide. So we looked at 2 different possibilities for Fillmore. The first is a 2-way, maintaining that 2-way traffic, adding in bicycle and pedestrian facilities because that's so critical. And then also looking at where we can add in landscaping and shade and improve safety at the intersections. Next slide. So looking at the cross section, what does that actually look like on the street? We're talking about a 5-foot sidewalk on one side, bicycle lanes in the roadway, 10-foot drive aisles. But what you'll see here is we're more limited with, while maintaining all that space for 2-way travel, we're more limited with what we can do from a landscaping perspective. And there's still a lot of pavement out there. So going to the next slide, some of the challenges with maintaining 2-way traffic on Fillmore. You'll see we have reduced opportunities for flood mitigation. There's more limited space for those multiple modes of travel within the roadway. You only have that one sidewalk on one side. There's more limited space for street trees and other types of view shed improvements, kind of the things city manager was talking about. And actually there's an increased number of conflict points. So going on to the next slide. Another option for Fillmore would be to change Fillmore to a 1-way street. And what does that give us? We could get a 2-way bicycle boulevard in the street while maintaining vehicle traffic. We can add in much more space for rain gardens and planting areas. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see kind of what that could look like in action. So shade trees provide shade for the nice wide sidewalks on both sides of the street, allowing for more stormwater infiltration. That's what you see underneath the ground there. That's a tree cell that keeps the tree root barriers kind of from getting into your other critical infrastructure underneath the roadway, while also allowing space for the tree to grow. And then maintaining that sidewalk space, adding in the space for a 2-way bicycle boulevard, which could also be pervious pavement. Next slide. So, opportunities here, kind of the reverse of with the 2-way. So we have the potential to really reduce flooding, adding additional space for stormwater improvements, adding an additional space for all these different walking and biking, modes of transportation, adding in space for low impact design and stormwater improvements. And then there's fewer conflict points for both pedestrian crossings and for vehicle crossings on the roadway. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kelly to wrap it up.
Thanks, Colleen. And, you know, if you got your full-blown presidential study with you, on page 79 is the list and the table that we have right here on the left. This was the list of projects that we identified as basically saying, this is what you could do. This is what you could achieve. And so, you know, I was going to say, it's one of those, well, really? And we say, yes, absolutely. Why? Because you've got a committed staff, you've got a community that wants to see change and improvements. And if you notice, the very first project that's identified there is looking at that intersection between Ridgewood and Fillmore. This is definitely something that, like I said, you know, we didn't just automatically pick, but this is one of those areas of the city and the presidential streets that rose to that level, that really kind of needs that initial look right up front. It's also one of those areas that you can have the greatest bang for your buck for a multifaceted approach. So there again, this is a list of the projects, and I believe, and I'm not going to try to steal Zach's thunder here, especially on that first project list, that actually would fall within the NSF grant. And I'm going to ask Kyle to kind of, or Zach to kind of talk through that a little bit more. But this is something that can be implemented through that grant as well as some of the other grants that are out there. And just kind of a quick FYI on that, as part of our contract with the city, and I call it our grants guru, it's Miss Allison McGrath. She is one of our firm-wide leaders. She actually sits in Gainesville and is a close personal friend of mine. We have committed to providing and assisting the city with securing an additional grant. We've identified a list of grants. We're going to be scheduling some time after the new year with staff to say, okay, here's the grants that we think based off of this, what we're seeing, including the NSF grant. These are the ones that we would start to recommend and then bring back to the city staff to vet, and then also then basically say, move forward with. All of that's already incorporated within our existing contract. So like I said, Ms. McGrath will be, she's been looking at this, and she will be working with staff come the very first of the new year. So with that, what are the next steps? Well, we are, of course, asking for your acceptance of the plan as it's presented. We do want to stay there again, kind of identify and acknowledge that the plan needs to be implemented over the course of 25 years. It seems like a long time, but as we've talked, you know, you've got a number of projects that can be done through CRA funding, grants, as well as just city initiatives. So there's a number of things to help kind of prioritize those through at that point. And that kind of goes into that pursuing multiple grants to leverage those existing items. And then also move forward with that phase 2, which is the one-way street evaluation. And I know that's an item that we want to be able to discuss with you all and also talk through that as part of tonight's discussion. And with that, Colleen and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Turn it back to staff as well for their input and consideration. And thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Kelly, Colleen, and the entire Kimley Horn team. Kyle, Zach, city manager. Nice job. Really good.
Thank you.
This is so exciting because as we're coming off the vision statement and the joke on multimodal, there's a lot weighing on this project because I know it's called the Presidential Streets Master Plan, but the scope, you know, the territory is going to kind of set precedent for the other parts of the community. Obviously, certain parts, west side of A1A and its sections are a little bit newer development. And I think that making sure that this aligns with whatever vision is really important. And I know we're still trying to work through that, but I think this plan for us to review actually might help us with our vision statement. I have not gotten all the way into it, but I really want to. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. But just at a high level, The impervious cover by storm map, I think y'all put that together. That's awesome. And I find it interesting that Center Street, it is the highest impervious surface at 66.8%. That's phenomenal that we can see that. And then by zone, can't wait to turn this as green as we possibly can. So thank y'all. And everything that we're trying to work towards as far as, green infrastructure, low impact development. Kind of this is the how we're going to get it done. But just wanted to say great job. The survey online, that experience was so detailed, but not burdensome for the end user. The click through, the user experience on that survey I found to be very helpful, and it obviously proved because you got some great data. So thank you for listening to the people. That's all I have. Council?
I have something to say.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And I think when you talked about, Colleen, I just want to apologize. The multimodal transportation, that's much clearer. And I think that's a lot easier to take. So I think that might be acceptable as we talk this through. But it's a wonderful plan. There's no doubt about it. And the fact that we'll be applying for grants with other organizations. Thank you very much. I'm very impressed with this, and I know it's a lot of hard work. And this is something that we all agreed upon as a council when we did our strategic planning. There was a suggestion or a recommendation to improve a newer street. And we all said, well, wait a minute. The presidential streets are older, and the people who live on the presidential street would like nice landscaping and an updated street also. So we all agreed, let's look at the presidential streets instead of some of the newer streets in town. And so this is very impressive. Thank you.
I was just going to say, I think it's phenomenal. I'm excited to get started.
I'd just like to say I thought it was an outstanding document. You put a lot of work into it. It was very evident and very informative, and I think it's the way we need to go. Thank you.
Councilmember Calhoun.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to say this is amazing and it's a long time coming. And the most important thing is that we listened to the people and we took all their information and what they want and made this awesome plan. I know that the League of Cities offers grants, a lot of grants, or information to get grants. I think that's real important moving forward. But this is a beautiful plan and it's been a long time needed, and I'm so happy that it's here and we got it done this far. Did we hit, when we did the survey with the people, did the one-way street come into the survey?
Great question. So there were 2 surveys done, actually. There was one at the beginning of the process, which we referenced quite a bit throughout this presentation. We also did a survey monkey that matched up with that second community workshop. And that was where we kind of vetted some of these recommendations. So one-way versus two-way streets. In the public meeting, the majority of people who attended that meeting responded saying that they would prefer one-way over two-way streets. When we heard through the Survey Monkey, however, they didn't have the benefit of our full presentation to hear what the pros and cons are, kind of like I outlined today for you all. And so it was more mixed as far as support for one-way versus two-way. But it's our sense that part of that was due to the lack of education for what you get basically with the one-way versus two-way.
I think that most people's concerns are first responders, firemen, police on one-way streets, how that's going to affect their response time. I think that's the biggest concern, but if they see the landscaping available and the beautification on the one-way streets, I think that might help. But thank you so much for a great job.
Councilmember Kelm, you bring up a good point too. And I would just like to add in regards to the one-ways. So we're not sitting here tonight saying we're going to one-way these streets. That's definitely not what the case is. We are here showcasing recommendations for things that could be done. And I think it's important for the record to state that, you know, considering a phase 2 one-way study is just our due diligence of saying, hey, in terms of stormwater mitigation and reducing flooding, that could actually be a very powerful tool. And when the proper education is done as to why that's important, that can make a big difference across the presidential streets area. There are certainly other concerns to deal with in terms of both two-ways and one-ways that would need to be addressed. And you know, things like speed and stuff like that can be mitigated with other initiatives like, you know, bump outs, chicanes, stuff like that. Having the phase 2 where we could say, you know, we could scope out which roads could be appropriate for one-way and which ones wouldn't, would allow us to go to the residents when it's time to do the actual road and say, here's a two-way and here's a one-way. These are the options. These are the challenges, the benefits. This, what would you like to do? You know, and have all the information there. That would just be us doing our due diligence with that. And it's worth noting that in the agenda item, it states how we would go about doing that. And basically, each street would have its own mini version of what we just did over the past year and a half, just in terms of that specific street, to showcase to that specific block, that specific population. This is what we could do. What would you like us to do based on all the things that we know? So that was the point. That was the point of that.
Thank you. The action item before us is really two-step. There's a accept the presidential streets master plan. I'm not hearing anything up here today that's gonna get in the way of that. Do you want us to do that one separately? Was that the recommendation, or do them together?
Yeah, there's an appropriate motion would be to accept the presidential streets master plan and then authorize staff to scope the phase 2. We're not asking for money. We don't know what it would cost, but develop a scope and bring that back to council.
Are you ready?
So you're saying that I just want to understand before approving that, to develop us, because we just learned we're going to do these together now. I was going to approve that. The first one, it sounds like we all have. To do the scope, that's not like an expenditure, you're saying?
It's not a commitment.
A contract or anything?
What it is it's an acknowledgement that this is hard work, but we believe the best way to get this done is looking at the one-waying of these streets. And it's acknowledging that and saying we're authorizing staff to scope that and come back with more information to council.
Oh, so the request is just to get a proposal?
Yeah, in essence.
I have no problem with that. If it can help stormwater, I'm interested from roundabouts to one-ways. But I think this is when the stormwater elements and the benefits come in and the reality of it, it's worth talking about. Because if we can fix that problem, that's great. Thank you. That's all I had.
I'll make a motion to accept the presidential streets master plan and authorize staff to obtain a proposal.
I'll second it.
All right. Got a motion by Councilman Willis, got a second by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Member Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all again. Thank you
Thank you.
very
Thank you,
much.
Council.
All right, we're on to item number 6, which don't go far. This one, before we move on, I just want to check. Do we need a 10-minute break? Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Good. Let's do that now, council. I think we got some consent. Let's do 7:34. Try to get back by 7:45. That'd be the best. So take a break. Thank you. For those of you who might be listening, assuming they can hear me right now from home. I don't know if I'm mute, not yet. I think, oh. Well, it's low risk. If you can hear me, we're going to get started here in a couple minutes. Thank you. Go ahead and get started here in 30 seconds. All right. Call the meeting back to order. It is 6:46 p.m. We are reconvening our regular city council meeting here, and we just finished up item number 5, and we are now moving on to item number 6, which is to consider a proposal from Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. in the amount of $10,000 for the completion of an engineering parking analysis for bars and restaurants, and authorize the city manager to execute the same. I'd like to let the city manager give a brief overview. I do have a public comment card on this. So after the overview, we can ask him any questions. We'll go to public comment, bring it back. And with that, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. On August 16th of this year, City Council heard from several dozen people here who were here to talk about one particular restaurant in Cape Canaveral that was undergoing a code enforcement action related to parking. The code enforcement case said you don't have enough parking spaces for the number of seats you have there, which was true. The number of seats there is, as I understand it, a function of the liquor license that the establishment has. They have to have that number of seats. So City Council said, do we need to look at our codes? We need to look at bars and restaurant parking. Maybe our code needs to be updated. And council decided that night to send the issue back to Planning and Zoning Board to research, homework. This is a homework body for the council. And the Planning and Zoning Board chewed on it, and what they spat out was, we really think that this is going to require professional help, professional guidance. And they sent the recommendation back to City Council that the City Council consider a proposal from a firm that specializes in doing this type of analysis for bar and restaurant parking, limited to that. This item came back to City Council actually in the previous meeting, December 6th meeting, and did not include the correct proposal. The proposal here today is the correct proposal. It is a proposal from Kimley Horn, who's here to speak to it, in the amount of $10,000. And that would be for completion of an engineering parking analysis for bars and restaurants, and authorize the city manager to execute the same. Mayor.
Yes, thank you very much. Council, any questions for staff on this item? None? See shaking heads, no. Okay. Good, we can go ahead and go to public comment if that's okay. We have a card from Peg Schaller. Hi, Peg. Yes.
don't want it to be like an Ellie Mae only issue. This issue is not only not Ellie Mae only, this issue is not even in the city of Cape Canaveral or the state of Florida. It is a issue that is being brought up by, I want to say, every city nationwide. There are cities now, St. Paul, Minneapolis, San Diego, Orlando, Boston, Honolulu. They've actually gone the opposite direction and they have parking maximums, whereas they are trying to limit the number of parking spaces in order to encourage a walkable, bikeable community. Just I'm going to give a few, there's several articles that are out there. I just want to give you a few highlights and what some of them say. When the cities remove or reform minimum parking requirements, they create space for an affordable, walkable, sustainable cities. Read on and you'll learn to see why. Some of the highlights of this are, in today's world, minimum parking requirements define transportation options within a community. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Huge parking lots push buildings further apart, making walking and biking more difficult and taking up real estate that could be used for public transport, hence furthering our reliability on cars. Just as current minimum parking requirements impose a cost on every member of the community, eliminating these requirements offer broad-ranging benefits. They improve housing affordability. San Diego did a study that the housing affordability was increased by 19% by eliminating the use for super antiquated parking restrictions. I want to say this parking restriction in Cape Canaveral happened sometime in the 60s when you probably had very low population numbers in comparison. But these are the benefits: improving housing affordability, drive economic growth, support small business, meet climate goals. These are several studies have already been done in several communities. I'm probably shooting myself in the foot right now by saying, I don't know that you need to pay another $10,000. These guys did beautiful, tremendously beautiful work, and it's nothing on that. But there's a lot of work that's already been done by different cities, and there is no, to my knowledge, none of the cities have said, oh, no, we need to keep these minimums. Everyone that's done the study has come up with the same answers, and that it improves the climate, it improves affordability, and that's all I have time for. Unless I'm allowed to speak more, I'll be happy to.
You're the only card I have. If council wants to allow for an extension of time, we can do that. I'll just propose an amount of time. How much do you think you need?
I think I've said everything. It's fine. I think you guys know. I just 3 minutes, 1 minute.
1 minute.
One minute.
Do we have a minute or two? Okay. Yes, please. Go ahead. Thank you.
The entire city council meeting to this point has been about creating a walkable, bikeable community. You have to have some place to walk and bike to. You have a number of different establishments that if this was going to come down and everybody had to go strictly in the number of seats, you would be very limited to the places that you would actually walk or bike to. And everything that you were talking about and the work that they've done already is the #1 vision, is to continue to be walkable and bikeable. I'm actually happy to have limited parking spaces. That means people Uber to me. It's less liability for me. I have more people that ride their bikes. I have more people that carpool. Trivia is an awesome example of that. I now have teams that get together and say, hey, who's picking up food today? It's an awesome environment to have limited parking. I know there was a comment about maybe reaching over to Circle K to see about some of their parking, but to be honest with you, I'm not crazy about that idea. It's not safe. The people that come in and out of the Circle K parking lot come in off A1A, scoot one way or the other, and if I've got people walking across the street during that time, it's not fantastic. would like to come up with some parking that would possibly be on my same side of the street. Maybe when Moon Hut opens up, we can do some shared parking, or whatever it takes. But the idea of having limited parking is okay by me. I made that decision, right? I made the decision. I knew how many parking spaces and said, hey, can I build a business on this? And the answer was yes, because of where we are located at. And I would just like to see business dictated. Obviously, safety, and my safety code is 212 seats. I 100% stand behind the fact that we should be limited on what the fire department says is safe. But how people get to my restaurant is not my business. And I don't think it's city council's business either. They walk there, they ride, they bike, they carpool. And if sometimes people will say, hey, we didn't come, we couldn't find a parking spot. Sometimes that happens. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. All right, council back here. Go ahead if somebody'd like to speak.
I agree. And I think it's more about the businesses in our city and the businesses we want to attract to our city. We want a small town feel. We want small mom and pop places here, more restaurants, more coffee shops. And I think, like Peg was saying, it's not just here, it's all over the country. They're realizing that these huge parking spaces are taking away tax dollars that businesses could be there that would contribute to our city. And it's not just Peg's restaurant. There's other restaurant owners that I have talked to that say that would really help their business as well. They could add food or take away food or change their liquor license. I think it would help a lot of businesses in our city. And I agree that I don't know if we need a study, because there's a lot of other cities that are doing this, and with our staff, they could look at how other cities are handling this. Again, League of Cities, if you reach out to them, they're a good resource on what other cities in our state are doing as far as parking. I'm not sure if we need another study, but I think it's very important we say in our vision statement that we're business friendly. We need to be business friendly, and what we need to have ordinances or policies that support businesses. So that's my comments for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump in. There's no doubt that if Kimley Horn did this study, it would be something I think very well done. But the need, I agree with the public comments we heard today. And I don't need to repeat how I feel. I think we've all had a chance to have this conversation up here before. Parking minimums were part of the reason they were put into place was to allow sufficient parking that if a business wanted to start, their customers, that the city felt that it had a responsibility to ensure that that business had enough parking spaces for its customers. And there are some regulations and laws, such as fire code and things around the building and the structure, that I agree we have a role to play. But this isn't anything innovative. City after city, as we've heard, continues to move into a depaving movement, and it is not crushing cities. It's not putting them in despair. There's no, the red herring events don't happen, and I think we should hold on this study. Kimley Horn is going to do a great job. I think putting together a proposal for that next project, the one-way street, or whatever is the next step with implementing the master plan. So my thought is we should hold off on this for now. And I really believe that it will not be anything that we're scared of if we hold back, because what the city tried to do, Ellie Mays is a perfect example. No one is upset in the city of Cape Canaveral that I've spoke to that Ellie Mays doesn't have enough parking. And I'm not aware of any incidents of anyone getting injured due to her size of parking. So that's a case in point of what are we scared of? We have a real live example. We see massive cities, far more populous than us, major cities, I think Atlanta, Miami, who are lifting these minimums. And I think Cape Canaveral, 2 square miles, the limited commercial space we have, we will be just fine. And the worst case scenario is we can change it as fast as we relax it. We can tighten it and relax it, whatever, as much as we can. So that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Dickey. I know the last meeting, Mr. Russell stated, in order for the board to do a recommendation, they would feel more comfortable with Kimberly Horn. With this situation where we're talking about other cities and looking into those and what their resolutions are, or is that something you think the board could do, or and to get what I'm getting at, like?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe I understand what Council Member Davis is stating. Yeah, if you recall what Lamar Russell, our chairman of the P&Z board, said, he said, we'll do whatever the council wants us to do. You recall him saying that. So, that's why that board is there in place, is to advise the council on land use policies and matters. And this is certainly within that, right in that target area. So could the staff and the P&Z board accomplish a study to look at this item? We certainly could. But my point that I made last month when we were discussing this, as well as to the P&Z board, was that the timeliness as well as the thoroughness and the exhaustive nature of what our staff can do would not be what Kimberly Horn could do. They have a network, and they do this every day, specifically traffic analysis and studies. So I think as the mayor indicated, that we would get a very quality product from Kimberly Horn if that's what the council decided to do. But saying all that, if the council wants staff to handle it with the P&Z board, that's something that we certainly could do.
One other, and I'm not saying I'm for, I'm just discussing. I mean, if you did it looking at other cities, that would be dealing directly with Ellie Mays. Whereas if Kimberly Horn did it, we would be looking at all the restaurants and bars pretty much in the city, correct? That's what they would be doing.
Well, the direction that we got from the council was that that the council wanted the traffic analysis to be specific to bars and restaurants. So that's what this scope, the proposal from Kimberly Horn includes, is bars and restaurants. And they would look at various communities similar to Cape Canaveral for their best practices. We would essentially do the same thing, but I think what I'm saying is they have a vaster network and knowledge base and data pool to work from than we do. So it's going to take us time to develop this and to do the research that Kimberly Horn has probably done 15 or 20 times. But again, we can do this. The staff and the P&Z board can certainly do this, but it may not happen as quickly. And yeah.
I think Councilmember Davis, are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Yes, Mayor Protem.
I'm in favor of the Kimberly Horn studying this because I think we have to have parking regulations. We just can't throw all of the parking restrictions out the window. I know I bike ride every day. Most of you know that. And it was a Sunday and it was very, very difficult to get through. There were cars parked, I believe it was Jefferson, and they were parked the wrong way, for example. And there were people coming back from the beach with surfboards and baby carriages. And it was a very difficult situation. Several of them were parked, 3 or 4. I don't know what was going on. I don't know if they had a special events permit, but all of us had to go around the cars Because we were bike riding on the right side of the road and they were parked wrong. And I mean, it's just like, you just don't normally do that. But I mean, it's not the Wild West. We're a small town, but it's not the Wild West. We have to have some of these restrictions. People, otherwise we really will have a mess. I
I
mean, you know, we're
agree.
trying to
Yep.
improve the looks and appearances of our city when you have people parked in crazy ways on their property. I understand everybody wants to have their own property rights. I understand that part. But still in all, there are just certain things that you do when you live in a subdivision or you live in a city.
Yeah.
I
Mayor, can
mean, otherwise you would live
comment?
out in the country if you want to do whatever. So I'm just saying, for appearance wise, I think that it's a good idea to have parking restrictions. I like the idea of pervious pavement. Yes, that's true. And I'm in favor of working with Kimley Horn. I see that they really produce a great end product. And I think it will help not only what was recommended by planning and zoning, and I talked about this before, that when we get a recommendation from a board, I think that they're the advisory board. They're advising us. I think we should show the respect and say, we agree with them. And that's why I do agree. And I know the people that work on planning and zoning, they study it, they research, they talk about it, they have a discussion. They've had several meetings on this. So I'm in agreement with them. It's time to do the proper research. Thank you.
I just wanted, we got two people want to go to say, I agree we should have regulations. I want to clarify, because I think you're responding to that. Wild Wild West. No, we still have to have, we don't have to, I believe we should have, no street parking, no blocking the right of way. Sidewalks and streets lanes need to be remain open so that fire and first responders and just general traffic can get through. I think on that side of the property line, inward up to the building or structure is where we should draw our line and say, few things. We don't care how wide the space is. Or if you're not comfortable with that, keep it at 9 or 10 foot. We don't care minimum size and things like that. So anyways, I just wanted to address that. Councilmember Davis, I know that Dave Dickey wanted to say something. I just want to make sure if that's okay. Okay.
Just one more thing. I'd like to say that I do think that Ellie Mays is a different animal. And in many respects. And it is true that a lot of people do walk there and bike ride. I'm right there. I mean, we don't take a car. Normally speaking, we do not take a car. And so I think it's a little bit of a different situation. Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And that's my point, is that, I mean, it is a different beast. And we have a number of different beasts from a parking perspective in the city of Cape Canaveral. Even though we're only 2 square miles, we have some vastly different areas and different characteristics. A commercial piece, as I mentioned to a few of you, the commercial piece up on Astronaut is completely different than what Peg's operation is. And therefore, you know, we don't have a lot of people walking or biking to, say, one of the restaurants up there. So it's not, maybe, I don't want to say it's not fair, but it's maybe perhaps not equitable that we treat everybody the same way. And that goes back to my point of, you know, that it may be a little bit more complex than we just say, well, it's going to be simple. We'll just, you know, come up with some basic standards. It's a multi-layered thing. And one more comment, and I promise I'll be finished, is that I have worked in areas that has done away with parking standards. And the important thing, though, is providing alternatives to on-site parking. People are going to drive, and so you need to have alternatives. And if you don't have on-street parking, in Cape Canaveral, this may not be an option, but in other areas, and probably a lot of these bigger cities that have been mentioned tonight, the cities have come in and provided parking garages. And so folks can walk a block or two and they can park there. Or there's small satellite parking lots throughout the area. And I know Mickey and us have talked about the CRA having a role there perhaps. So it's not about one size fits all. It's about providing alternatives to traditional on-site parking. And I think that it's not as easy as it may appear. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
We have one rural and urban, then we have issues with we have the survey, using the guidelines to, instead of going through this every time with all the different places, we will have one.
Any other council, city manager?
Mayor, I'd like to ask Mr. Klepper to say a few words. Hopefully we can pick his brain for free on get some nuggets here.
I was trying to give the mayor or Todd or somebody the high sign of like, hey, I don't want you to stand up, that's inappropriate, but for the record, tell like with Canaveral. First and foremost, we've enjoyed a long-standing relationship with the city on multiple fronts, not just the planning, but also all the utilities and engineering. It's too close to the holidays, and I don't want to do anything that's going to divide the council. I've been writing code, including parking code, for over 30 years. The gray on the receding hairline is probably evident of that. What I would like to offer, and hopefully my superiors aren't watching tonight, is to kind of almost like provide a compromise, if I could. You've got a capable staff. I'm willing to, like I said, provide them with the studies that I've done from a parking perspective, and I will be the first one to say thank you for doing the research and things that you identified. I am not an advocate for minimum parking. To the contrary, any of the codes that I've written over the last number of years have been minimums and maximums, providing that range. So what I would offer is to, partner with the city, provide peer review, provide the research that I've done personally with City of Venice, with City of Greer, South Carolina, Monroe, North Carolina, and a lot of these other communities are working with City of Sebastian, and help facilitate with staff. And if for some reason that staff comes back and says, hey, we need that little bit extra help, then just like this, staff just has to give us a shout. We will be back here willing and able to do whatever.
First, I would like to just say, city manager.
Would that be a task order with a not to exceed amount? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm saying if you want to allow staff to take the first stab, let us do peer reviews and provide them the information, we would do that. Merry Christmas, happy holidays.
Okay. How can I say no to that?
Okay. Well, city attorney, good. Okay. Well,
Dave may be like, let him do the work, but no, seriously, I mean, Dave and the staff have me on speed dial. I have them on speed dial. I've got a tremendous amount of research that I'm happy to facilitate and provide that to Dave. I'm there if, to help as things are being crafted, doing the peer reviews from I'll say impartial third party, kind of looking at that as well.
thank you very much. Appreciate your generosity to help us.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, thank you. Okay, well, I think we don't need to take any action then.
No, I just want to point out that we have stayed code enforcement on this case and all other parking cases while this is, and it would continue to be stayed while we're working on this.
Thank you. That was a very nice Christmas gift. Yeah, it was starting to get to that point. You're not going to do this at every meeting, are you? As soon as we start getting tense, you're like,
You may not see Kelly much longer.
You all are being great partners. We really appreciate the relationship. And it's more than just about business, it's about personal relationships.
Thank
you. If that's okay with you, then I'm going to hop in my car and grab some dinner.
enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Appreciate All right. The city manager,
Yeah, they will provide peer review for whatever staff work we can come up with. Thank you.
okay, council, anything on final comments?
I would just like to make one comment. Can we look at it as a classification of a neighborhood establishment versus what we traditionally see along A1A?
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways to slice that up. Neighborhoods, what type of road or street the particular business is fronting on. That'll give us a sense of the volume of traffic and likelihood of pedestrian bicycle trips. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of ways we can look at that. So yes.
Because the businesses along A1A are not like Ellie Mae's, and they have to drive to them.
Correct.
So they're going to need those spaces. Otherwise, you're going to have people just parking all over the place along A1A. But Ellie Mae's is off of A1A. It's a neighborhood establishment. Everybody in there knows your name. And I think we just need to look at it as a totally different thing, different area, different part of the city, because we also have a couple other businesses down North Atlantic to the north that also don't have as much parking. So that's all I got to say.
The other concern, Mayor, can I say one more? The other concern is when Moon Hut opens, and if they get bands in there as Ellie Mae's does, there could be some competition there and some more conflict with parking. So I think we need to think about that, because right now it's empty and the parking lot's empty. Hasn't, been used by Ellie Mae's. However, there could be some problems coming up in the future. I don't know when Moon Hut is going to open, but I mean, that's something that we need to think about too.
I agree. I think when Moon Hut opens, that's going to be a great time to observe. And I just don't think we need to have anything in place before that. I think we watch it one day at a time. And if we start to see a reason to intervene, but yes, you're right. That's been unoccupied for 3 years, it seems like. So thank you. Anything else, council?
I just would like to say something. I think that why the staff is working on it and the things that we've talked about, Dave and Todd, about how little pieces, parcels of land could maybe be purchased through the CRA to make joint parking for the places that are all together. I mean, that would be something that we could use too. So if that could be part of your.
Mayor, if I could add some clarity to that. I didn't speak to each council member with this because we come in at different times, but what Councilmember Kelman is referring to is there could be potentially be some strategic purchases of properties in the area surrounding Ellie Mae's that could potentially be CRA funded and public safety improvements that could also alleviate parking problems. And if the council wanted to direct staff to look into that and see what the appetite is from those owners about selling and what they might want, we could report back to council on what our findings are.
I'd like to think on that.
Okay.
That's just me. If January, I'd be ready to, I think, vote on it, start the new year, if that's okay.
Sure.
But
Also,
there's a majority here that might not agree, so I don't want to stand in the way.
A great example of too much parking is look at Central, where those buildings were all there at one time, or Center Street, I'm sorry, Center. And they all had employees, but they've been long gone, and we have all that pavement that, so that's something that's a prime example on way too much parking. So, yeah, if we could bring it back in January, I think that, there are little pieces of land that we could use and buy it through the CRA for public safety. I think that would be something good. No, I'm done.
Are you talking, thank you. Are you talking just inquiring if there's any
Yes.
thought of selling or any possibilities of
Yeah, it's just a first outreach to see if there's an appetite for it, and if so, how much.
Around the surrounding area of Ellie Mays. Yes, the other, the safety issue is a big concern. I have seen people parking over near the bank, Wells Fargo Bank, and running across the street to Ellie Mays in the past. I have witnessed this. And it's scary. It's a very scary situation. Do we need to say that we are in favor of going forward with this
I
idea?
don't think so. Oh, this,
A consensus would be fine.
or what would the,
Well, I'm just thinking that since Kimberly Horn has offered to give some of their research with comparable cities to our staff and to work together, do we just need to say that that's okay with us, that we think it's a good idea?
to receive that?
Yes,
Okay, so
That
we're
was
not,
where my city attorney
to,
question.
you know,
would
go
probably-
forward.
They've done studies in other communities. He worked on personally. He is agreeing to share those with the city and provide some informal peer review staff's efforts to come up with a parking regulation. That, I guess, talking about are probably public records in those communities anyway, so
Mhm.
let them provide the generous offer to give that directly to the staff. Staff will study it, see if they can work with the P and Z and come up with some sort of, regulatory change to address the issue, right? And see where it goes. May be successful, may not. At the end of the day, if you're not successful, he said he would come back and discuss with council, I guess, a scope of work in which he would take the ball and run, I would imagine.
Okay, did that
Right.
answer your question? All right. So,
Back to what Todd was offering.
so yeah, that, it was a separate subject brought up by Councilmember Callum about properties in the area. If there's an appetite to look into that, and if council wanted us to sniff it out, we could do that. It would just take consensus.
I would like to start that in January was my response, that process. Pursuing the purchase of real property is something I want to talk to this council about. And I don't want to go down a path similar that we did in the past. I think there are some cities in Brevard who have real property purchase procurement procedures that I'd like to talk to our city attorney about, implement those, and then pursue a way. It'll make it much easier. It'll offer a lot of transparency and accountability. And it will, I think, be something we'd all be very proud of if we have got it passed. And so I don't want to miss an opportunity for a property. I understand the urgency of real estate, but if we can start in January, that's my full reasoning. Thank you. So if there's a desire for the council, I think that's what the city manager's asking.
I'm thinking it's something that could wait till January if we get started on the parking regulations itself and, comparing to other cities and give staff the direction to go ahead with that. The purchase of properties, again, could wait till January. Yeah.
I don't see an urgency.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis, good.
I'm fine with that.
City manager,
We'll
we'll
take
take
no
it up
action.
soon.
We'll take no action on that.
Thank you. But soon, I think we'll make a
We'll-
decision.
We'll await further council direction.
And thank you for going that way.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Well, that concludes item number 7.
6.
Oh, sorry. We are now on Let me check my public comment. We are now on item number 7. I do have a hand raised. I just noticed on here. Before we go on to that item, council, would you mind if I checked it to make sure that we didn't miss someone? Okay. Mr. David Zemlak, you have your hand raised. If that's intentional, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you just to see if you wanted to speak on the topic we were just covering on the agenda. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, David Zimlak, Fillmore Ave. Also had some comments about the master plan, but we've moved on. I'll send them to you in an email. Well, actually, you know what? I was really happy with the way the direction of the conversation went. I was happy to hear the Kimley Horn people think that in general, parking minimums, not parking restrictions, but parking minimums have no place in a less car-centric future. Not impressed to hear conversations about safety. I don't think the city holds its own properties to these parking minimums either. I see way more people at the pickleball courts than there are available parking spaces for it. We're not trying to change much. Remove the parking minimums. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay. And with that, that wraps it up. Okay, council, let's go ahead and move on to item number 7. Item number 7 is consideration of development order related to a lot split application submitted by Mike DeChristopher, the applicant, for the division of vacant land located at the eastern terminus of East Central Boulevard at Ridgewood Avenue, tax parcels number 2437, 24371451922101 and 243714519102 onto 2 lots of record for development purposes. I do have on this item a public comment card from 2 people. Council, I think we'll go to the city manager and city attorney, and then again, come back for questions, and then we can go out to public if that's okay. All right, city manager.
I'd like to turn it over to the city attorney, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, as you know, this is a resumption of the hearing that occurred on October 8th, 2022. At that hearing, the city council took evidence, both written and verbal, considered the matter and directed that a proposed development order be prepared for your consideration denying the application submitted by the DeChristopher's for a lot split. That proposed order has been presented to you all for review prior to this meeting. It's in your agenda package. At this juncture, to resume the hearing, I would ask David to come up and see if there's anything further that needs to be added regarding the proposed development order by staff and the city's engineering consultant. And after that, I would recommend affording the property owner an opportunity to provide comments as well regarding the proposed development order. And then you can open it up to the public for any additional comments regarding the proposed development order.
Okay, so I just want to repeat that back and jump in here if we got it right. Your first step is which one? Dave, go to Community Development Director David Dickey, and then you want us to come back to the comments from the parties?
From the applicant.
Applicant, okay, got it. And then we'll do public comment?
And then public comment. Basically the same order as the first hearing.
I appreciate that, thank you. Well, with that, city manager, we'll go to.
Good evening again. I will try to keep my comments brief but succinct. What I would like to focus in on is the activity and perhaps some highlights that have occurred since last time this issue was in front of the council. And several items I'd like to focus on. The first is that subsequent to the council's meeting in October, where the council was presented with three options. And the council, as Mr. Garganese has indicated, the council directed staff, they selected option 2, which was to deny the application and to prepare a return at a subsequent meeting with an order that did deny the application, but provided the applicant, Mr. DeChristopher, with a single development lot that could be a single home could be constructed on. And that was the action that evening. Well, subsequent to that, and prior to Mr. Garganese returning to the council with the order, the applicant submitted what we have been referring to as a supplemental lot split application. And the supplemental lot split application largely consisted of an amended site plan or lot survey. And this document is in your packet. And the supplemental lot survey largely was in response to the concern about the 15% rule for corner lots. And if you've had an opportunity to look at that survey, you can see that the property line that divides the proposed lots north-south was revised. And there's two 90-degree angles that have been placed in that. There's some jogs in it now, or proposed jogs. And so that was, again, in response to that was the applicant's attempt to address the 15% corner lot requirement. He brought that because the consensus among staff and the city attorney was that this was a material change to the original application as submitted by the applicant. We determined that it would best, as the code requires, we brought this back to the Planning and Zoning Board to get a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Board to the City Council per code on lot split applications. We did that, and on the evening, during the hearing, the Planning and Zoning Board hearing, I won't go into a lot of detail, but the important point is that the applicant withdrew his application the night of the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. The applicant is here this evening. If the council would like to question him as to his thinking or reasoning, that is up to the council. I'm not going to attempt to describe what the motivations were. I just know what the action was.
David?
Yes.
Can I stop you for a second? The applicant withdrew the supplemental
Yes.
application.
I'm
not
sorry.
The application.
That's
the
correct.
Supplemental.
I'm sorry if I was not clear. I apologize. Yes, the applicant pulled the supplemental lot split application. That was before the Planning and Zoning Board that evening. I'm sorry. Based on that removal or the withdrawal of that supplemental lot split application, staff commenced to prepare and to continue our analysis of the initial application for purposes of this evening's hearing. And we had further conversations with the city attorney. We continued our analysis. And I will say that the result of the analysis and our further research resulted in the findings that are located in the order that's been prepared by the city attorney. I don't know, would you like me to go into the specific details of the order?
No, but clarify, the order is based on the evidence that's been presented into the record as of this date. So I think Mr. Allen is also here too. I think it's your intent to allow him just to comment because he was not present during the first hearing in October. and you presented a couple of documents with his name, so he is here this evening. In the event the council has any questions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is an important point. We have been working very closely with Mike Allen, who is a professional engineer with Allen Engineering, on the analysis and research on this particular issue. Mr. Allen has been working with us throughout the process. He has prepared several documents that I know at least one of them are in the record, but he is here this evening if the council has any specific questions regarding this, the application. I would like to point out two items that have kind of that have been emphasized regarding the application. And the two items are contained in the order, but they are important points. The first is that the application is not consistent with several items in the lot split application criteria. The first one I want to mention is, if you recall, there's a criteria in the code that discusses orientation and orderly layout of land and the orientation of the lots. You can see from some of the exhibits, there's an aerial showing the orientation of the homes in the neighborhood, in the area. And the developed parcels, the developed lots, have an orientation of north and south. The homes on the north side of East Central are oriented to the south towards East Central, and the homes on the south side of East Central are oriented to the north. So the conclusion is that those lots are laid out east-west, or excuse me, north-south. The proposed lots, as included in the application, are oriented to the east. So those lots have an east-west orientation, which in our opinion, staff's position is that is not consistent with the neighborhood, not consistent with the layout of the existing lots, and therefore would not be an orderly continuation of the development of that area. It's an important point to make. And the other point I want to make is that the proposed lot layout is not consistent with the 15% requirement width. As you know, the code requires that corner lots be 15% larger in width than the adjacent lots. Well, our staff's position is that is not consistent with what is being proposed in the applicant's application. And those are two significant items that, in our opinion, make this application not consistent with applicable code from as contained in the city code. Therefore, I'm not going to go into the order itself. I don't know, Anthony, if you wanted to go over the order itself, but that is
No, I mean, the council was provided
Okay.
an advance copy of the order. If they have any questions, they can ask me.
okay.
Okay, so we will now, council, any questions for city attorney, community development director, city manager? None. None. Okay. And seeing no questions, will we go to the applicant next, city attorney?
Would you like to hear from Mike Allen on this?
If you think that would be helpful, yes.
I want to ask Mike Allen if you'd come forward. Would you state your name and profession for the record?
Mike Allen, Allen Engineering.
I need to swear you in because you weren't here at the last meeting. Raise your right hand. You firm tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Have you had opportunity to review the draft order?
I have reviewed draft order. We've been reviewing code for the last couple of months, and when I see the draft development order, I would agree wholeheartedly with everything.
Any other comments on the draft order?
I believe it is not, the lot split is not consistent with code, and therefore should be developed as a single lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
He believes the lot split is not consistent with code and it should be developed as a single lot.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else do you think we should hear from at this time, City
No, sir.
Manager? Council, just checking back. Okay. Time, City Attorney, we go to the applicant. If I understand.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hello, how are you?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Kim Rosanka. I'm with the law firm of Latham Lyons Rosanka in the Rockledge office. I'm here representing Mr. and Mrs. DeChristopher regarding this lot application, lot split. I know I'm late to this party, I would say, and a lot has been said before, a lot has been said here in the staff reports in the order. I see this from a completely different perspective. Maybe that's why I'm here. Maybe you've already heard this, and I apologize if I'm repeating what you've heard. This has been going on for almost a year now, so I suspect you may have heard some of this before. I think it was interesting listening to Kelly from Kimley Horn talk about equity. And I think this is what this boils down to. This is about fairness. It's about being reasonable. It's about acknowledging what has happened in the city and moving forward, and giving the DeChristopher's the rights that everyone else in this neighborhood has already had. So I am here to request that you reject the draft order and approve the application with the requirement that the DeChristopher's go through the variance process. That's the variance process through 98-4. The variance approved by the City Council, not the Board of Adjustment, is specific to subdivision variances. And I believe there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of statements that have been made, or this applies, that doesn't apply. Even Mr. Allen said, oh, I agree with it, but he didn't give you any analysis, and he's not a lawyer, and he hasn't said why he agrees with it. To me, 98-107 deals with new subdivisions. This is a 1962 plat that has been cut and gutted and changed and revised, and that the city has allowed that to go on and on and on. There are at least 20 of those 1962 lots that have been split. So now there's 40 lots. Many of those have been developed. Many of them have been developed in the wrong orientation, which Mr. Dickey says is not appropriate, but those corner lots have been split. And they have the different orientation, and they likely don't make that 15% either. These houses have been built on these corner lots recently as 2017, and the city has not enforced their own code regarding the subdivision code, regarding this 15%, or regarding the lot split. So don't think you need to make things worse, but you need to find a way to fix this problem. Whether it's approving this and going through the variance, or doing a grandfathering provision that's in your comp plan, or some way to fix this problem to let the DeChristopher's build on their $420,000 lot that they purchased in 2018, and they did nothing wrong. This was done a long time ago, and the city's allowed it to go on since the 1980s. I know you know the history of this. This all happened after the 1979 administrative rezoning from R2 to R1. These lots started being split in 1980, and the city didn't do anything about it. This lot split is appropriate and should be approved. I've provided you a packet, and I've done it in a bit of an odd fashion because I've given you two documents of the front that you might want to look back and forth as I'm going through my packet. The first document is page 16, and that's an aerial of the area. The red square is the DeChristopher's property, the north parcel, and then there's also the south parcel. But when you look through this, almost everything east of Central Boulevard, those are legal lot splits. When you look along Canaveral Beach Boulevard to the further to the west, those are legal lot splits. The look on Circle Drive, and those are legal lot splits, and they've been built on. If you look at page 16, which is the non-aerial, it's just the lot and block version, you'll see that all these .01s are lot splits. And there's no record that the city council approved any of these. Now, starting in the packet, I'm sure you're familiar with this plat, the 1962 plat, Cape Canaveral Beach Gardens Unit 2. On the first page, that most northeasterly lot is the portion of the DeChristopher's lot that was split, lot 2021. And then you have number 2, which reflects some of the properties we've discussed. On page 3 is the Larkins parcel, and that's most westerly north in green on your page 17. Larkins was split. Larkins was split from the property from parcel 1. This was built in 1980. This house is oriented differently than the other houses in the neighborhood. If you look on page 16. And if you go to page 4, the Nielsen's property, this may actually have been an original lot. Its size is about correct, but its orientation is different as well.
Mr. Zinka,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
did you say page 16?
Yeah, page 16 is this one, and page 17 is this one. They're the first 2 pages that
Thank
were
you.
attached. And I know it's complicated. I'm just trying to show you the history of what's happened and how recently it's happened. Because that Nielsen lot is oriented differently, and it was built in 2017. So it also doesn't meet that 15% requirement. Now, it was a platted lot. But if you look at the Almonds lot, which is in the middle of page of 17, which was built in 81, this is a lot that was split. This is a lot that's oriented the house differently, and there's no way it meets the 15% requirement. I would submit that 15% requirement of corner lots is only for direction for new subdivisions, when new subdivisions are being created by plat. And no one has addressed whether that's true or not true, but that makes sense under these circumstances. Page 6, you have the Orsilados lot. This was another lot that was split. This was built in 1981. And this is another house that's built doesn't meet the 15% and is an illegal lot split and is oriented differently. Page 7 is the Harris's property. This is another lot split that was allowed to be built on in 2016, an illegal lot split. Going to what has happened in the past, the history of this application, as I mentioned, started in January of 2022. Page 8 in the packet is Mr. Michael Allen's recommendation for approval of this lot split. There's been nothing in the record other than his testimony that he agrees with the order. Mr. Allen has been working for the city a long time. I am quite sure he knew about 98-107. So this is not new to him. Page 9 is the Planning and Zoning's recommendation. Planning and Zoning, your advisory board, recommended approval of the original lot split, which is here today. They've been around a long time. Mr. Russell has been here a very long time. I'm sure he's aware of 98-107. The fact that they didn't consider it at the time There was no need for them to consider at the time. It wasn't important to them, and you have a recommendation of approval. Staff recommended approval at the same time. Staff should have known about 98-107. This should not have been something new thrown up, since this has been going on since January of 2002. Page 10, I have a few code sections in your code. These lots have been around since 1984. They are technically lots of record. Also, the variance definition, this is under 110, but 98-4 allows for a variance under your subdivision code. So although Mr. Campbell says a variance isn't appropriate, it is appropriate under your subdivision code. Mr. Campbell sent you the email. I just saw it this evening. Regarding 98-66, the lot splits. I believe that the DeChristopher's have met the requirements of the lot split. I only have the definition and the 3 review criteria that seem to be at issue, because the rest of them, your staff report agrees has been met. When you look at 98-66, a lot split definition is actually the lot split division that creates a lot. And that's what your code says. So your review criteria is that the lot split meets the criteria. So that's the first issue.
Would you, Mr. Zenka, would you mind saying that again,
Yeah,
please?
so the lot split is defined as the division. It's not as the lots that are created. That's later in the code.
Mm-hmm.
So the lot split, your lot split under 4 review period criteria, the criteria must meet the lot split. So it's a technicality, but it makes sense when we're going through this process. So 4A says the proposed lot split, not the newly created land, must meet the category of zoning and the applicable law under which the property is zoned. So the lot split must meet R1, the way it's written. It says the application is consistent with the city's comp plan. I've got comp plan that shows you why it's consistent. Then the issue is C. The application does not create lots, tracts, or lands. That goes back to they're not long enough, they're not big enough, they're wide enough for 15%, perhaps. But if a variance is allowed, then it does meet your code. That's what variances are for. One of his lots would meet it. The Christopher's North lot would meet the criteria under R1, and the South lot would need a variance. And I'm requesting you allow him to go through that variance process. As to the comprehensive plan, your staff report and your order cites policy LU-1.3.1. Says the city shall enforce its ordinance which regulate the land use categories. Variances are part of your code. You can enforce the ability to obtain a variance. Policy LU-1-3.4. This is what I was talking about somehow fixing this problem through a vesting. This was done for all of these condominiums and townhomes that are in R1 now because they were R2 initially. So you vested those that were built, so if they're torn down, they can be rebuilt. But now you've got all these lots that have been split going back to the 80s that can't be built because they're an illegal lot split. So one option would be to create a vesting for these unbuilt lots and these built lots that were illegally subdivided. What your staff report does not address is your housing comprehensive plan. Your housing comprehensive plan objective encourages a variety of housing types. Policy, city shall promote single family and other low density housing. You're basically taking 2 low density housing and saying you can only build 1. And so that's not consistent, in my opinion, with your comp plan. And the biggest thing that was not addressed is your property rights element, which you just recently adopted. And I know there's been very little commentary on this because no one really knows what it means. The legislature required it, everyone did it. But you have a property rights element or policy PR 1.1.12. The right of the property owner to use, maintain, develop, and improve his or her property for personal use or the use of other persons subject to state law and local ordinances. So that has been important to the legislature. That's been important to this board, I know. And so there has to be a way to make these 2 lots usable for the Christophers as was intended when they purchased it, as was intended in '84 when the lot was split and the city did nothing about it. So this 10% or 15% issue came up first in October of the October 18th, 22 meeting. And again, this is a non-issue. 98-107, which was adopted in 1981, is for subdivision lots being created in a subdivision. It should not apply in this particular circumstances. And if it should, it hasn't been enforced since 1980 for many of these lots. So gone through a lot of this. This lot split application is a reasonable request from the DeChristopher's. Again, purchase these 2 lots for $420,000 to build 2 homes for people to come into your community and live. He was never advised by anyone that these were illegal lots. The majority of the plat lots are subdivided without the approval of the city. Mr. DeChristopher was simply asking for what he purchased and what others already have. To deny would be unreasonable and unfair and burden this property. It essentially reduces the value by 50%, which could be considered a taking and improper. With that, I would ask that you reject this order, approve the lot split, and require a variance for the south lot. And I appreciate your time and listening to me.
Ms. Rosenka, you're requesting that we reject the order, we approve the lot split?
And require a variance application for the corner lot, which is the south lot.
All tonight?
Well, yes, that would be the order requested. I mean, that would be the motion and approve requested. Obviously, he would have to go through the variance process, apply, go through planning and zoning, come back to you for that variance.
So we can't do the variance
No,
tonight.
you would just require him to do it.
So that leaves the 2, reject the order. I understand we believe we could do that. Approve the lot split. It's really those 2, understood for tonight, but I understand that the variance, how that plays in. 3, council, or first city attorney, do we, this time, what do you recommend? We question or another, continue through public comments? I've got more. This is the applicant. It's a little confusing for me. You did fill out a public comment card, but I believe that was, did you have something else?
No,
We have other public comment cards on this issue.
Number 7.
Okay, so we're at the applicant phase of this. We haven't gone, well, I do have a public comment card. Do we do that one now? Do you recommend?
If the applicant's representative is through with their presentation and doesn't have any questioning, then yes, take public comment before you do. Ms. Rosenka, I noticed you put pages 16 and 17 ahead of it, but I think I understand your submittal, your written submittal. It's titled Cape Canaveral City Council 12/20/2022, presented on behalf of Michael A. DeChristopher. Item number 7, consideration of lot split application prepared by Ms. Rosenka and her firm, consisting of 17 pages total. Just let and the cover sheet. So I just want the record to reflect that, since we have a court reporter, that's the document that you submitted for the record.
Thank you. Anything, can we go, come back to question, or is it appropriate that we do it at this time?
Do you have any other questions? If you don't have any questions of the applicant, then you take public input and
then if we want to come back,
and then
that's
circle
okay.
back for
I
any
think-
additional questions the council may have.
I don't know if that option's there. Council, is that what you'd like to do? I've got one more public comment card and then
That's fine.
come back. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rosenka. Okay. Comment, Mr. Pat Campbell.
Patrick Campbell, 307 Surf Drive. Thank you for your time. I think I've communicated in a multimodal method to everybody on the council, I believe, on this subject. Sometimes I wonder if anybody's listening, but what I heard today is people are listening. But I do want to address certainly one of the major points about the variance. The city has already addressed the variance for dimensional requirements on a lot. We've done so in ordinance 05/2014, by which the Planning and Zoning Board submitted a request to the council to approve the ability to apply and grant variances for dimensional lots, to change the dimension requirements. That went from planning and zoning to city management, but it never got on the agenda for the city council to look at. It was stopped, and it was a letter generated by Mr. Green, the then city councilman or city manager, saying, we need to hold off on this. I want to do a complete review of the variance process to be sure we give a comprehensive answer and change what's needed to be changed. That was in 2014. That particular part of our ordinances was not changed. So there's still, and by the way, if the request to do a variance on dimensions came from a very similar application on the same street. Had a citizen wanted to, maybe citizen, another developer wanted to take an oversized lot, one that had 120-foot frontage on Central, and cut it north and south and have two lots with 60-foot frontage. Couldn't do that because the requirement of 75 feet existed at that point in time. So that's what generated the need to change it, because there was no provision to allow for a change in the width dimension of a lot. You could not apply for a variance. And that's what generated the request from planning and zoning to go to city council to approve a revision to that ordinance to include being able to vary the dimensions. That was stopped. So the ordinance reads as it reads, and there is no provision to get a variance for lot dimension. My message has been the same since this started. Please build a home on that lot. Build a single family home on an unsplit lot. Please do that. And do it within the constraints and the intent of our ordinances and other associated laws. Now, we can bring in all kinds of things, as Mr. Dickey calls them, the sins of the past, what occurred way back when. But the fact is, that isn't appropriate. This is a request at this point in time for this piece of property. If we thought we couldn't do anything except what's done in the past, you'd never need to change the ordinances. It would always be the same. Whatever's been done in the past, do it again. That's why you have the ability to change the ordinances. Talking about the 15% seems to be a big deal. And talking about it wasn't done in 84, it wasn't done in 86, wasn't done. It wasn't done because it wasn't required until 1996, is when the 15% requirement showed up in your ordinances. So to say it wasn't done prior to 1996, it wasn't required prior to 1996. So I also, most recently, even questioned whether lot split is the appropriate venue for this request. If you take a look at the ordinances, the plain language of the ordinance, and try to apply it to what you're being asked for today, I don't think it fits as a lot split. The ordinances, the good news is everything that you're dealing with right now on this has been litigated in the state of Florida many, many times. Okay. So our ordinances are supported by case law where it's been questioned before. And nothing that's being asked on this particular instance, this lot split, this division, these two lots, is allowed by our ordinances, because the ordinances are written, quite frankly, with the intent to not let this happen. So I'm asking you to look to the ordinances, follow the plain language of the ordinances. If you want to make sure that they are in fact compliant with the rest of state law, look at the case law for these instances. This has all been done before. This is not a lot split. These are not developable lots. The fact is you can define and sell and buy any piece of property you want. But it doesn't, you can build anything you want on it. So there's a lot of discussion about that. Gee, the county let them do that. Well, yeah, the county just records the deed. And the county tells you on the application for a split or a combination that the recording of a deed does nothing, does not speak to whether or not you can build on it. It refers you to the agency that's responsible, in this case, in Cape Canaveral, you. County records, you determine what can be done with it. How do you determine that? Plain language of the code, case law. The city is on firm ground to deny this split. Please do so and let a single family home be built there as that lot was intended to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that those are all the cards I have. If anyone wanted to speak on this item, please raise your hand now during. Okay, I don't have any hands raised. So with that, we're going to come back now to the city council. City attorney, at this time, any other procedural things, or can we go ahead and ask questions? We need.
Go ahead and ask questions. Sure.
Okay. Council, any questions? We've heard, I think, from the applicant. I just want to go to, this is a consideration of a development order related to a lot split application submitted by Mike Christopher, the applicant. Ms. Rosenka tonight represented the applicant, and we were provided some paperwork. And the vacant lot, question is to reject the draft order and to require, and then to approve the lot split, and then to come back and pursue and allow a variance. And then we heard from public comment, if I understand tonight, that the applicant should build a single family home on the lot. And is a lot split appropriate? That was a question that was asked. And so today, this is our time to consider the agenda item and the city manager's recommendation here is that to approve the order to establish that, one, the applicant's application for a lot split is denied. Two, however, so as not to deprive owner of all property rights to develop the remainder of the lot 21. City recognizes the remainder of lot 21 or lot 21 as originally platted as one developable lot for development permit purposes as intended by the city council in 1962 when the Beach Gardens Unit 2 Block 9 plat was approved, and in accordance with this current R1 zoning district and other applicable codes. Is that, after hearing all of this today, is this represented the direction and the recommendation that you're providing us?
Yes, sir.
And no changes or anything is?
No changes.
Okay.
And that comes right out of the draft order that you have before you at the end of the order on page 9.
Okay. Council? We are at 9:08 p.m. and I do need to take a brief restroom break here in just a moment. We have a little bit of time, but I'm giving a heads up here, if we don't mind. I know it's getting late in some of you. As we work through this, I don't want to be Okay, so thank you. Yes.
I would like to hear from the city on what was presented from the attorney. Any information that we need to help us make this decision.
Well, I mean, the applicant's lawyer presented some points. A lot of those points are actually perspective, not, things that the council can do other than make a final decision on this application, including, allowing Mr. DeChristopher to request a variance. So I just wanted to comment on the variance. I mean, the variance provision has been in Chapter 98 for quite some time and was in the code when Mr. DeChristopher submitted his application. To the best of my knowledge, Dave, I don't believe he ever requested a variance, correct, or no? Okay, so the variance issue is obviously not an issue in this hearing because the variance request has not been made. I believe counsel for the applicant recognizes that. So I just wanted to make that point. The issue about whether or not it's a lot split, I would just state it in the order. I would remind the city council that Chapter 98 subdivisions regulates the division of land. It's very clear in 98-31 subparagraph A that any division of land into 2 or more parcels shall be subject to the requirements of this article. And the division of land can occur in either of 2 ways under the city code. That is a lot split, if you're not creating anything more than 1 additional lot, or the applicant can follow the platting requirements and actually prepare a plat if they're going to create 3 or more lots from a single unit division of land. And in this particular case, I understand the conundrum. The problem exists because of what happened in 1984. Regardless, the original platted lot approved by the city council in 1962 that's at issue in this particular hearing is lot 21. And Mr. DeChristopher owns a portion of it because somewhere in the chain of title, Mr. Penziak deeded the west 25 feet to himself. So the remainder of lot 21 is the subject property. And Mr. DeChristopher is requesting that that be divided in a manner consistent with the 2 tax parcel identification numbers. And as Mr. Campbell pointed out, tax parcels are created by property owners that do conveyances of land and file a deed with the clerk of the court. The clerk of the court has a ministerial duty under Chapter 28 to record deeds. Doesn't have discretion regarding the recordation of deeds to determine whether or not the person conveying the property has followed the city's subdivision regulations. So it boils down to the subdivision regulations fall under the city council's local jurisdiction and determine the palette, so to speak, of what a developer can build on. So the order addresses, all the conveyances that occurred that created this remainder of lot 21, which is in essence is practically the whole original platted lot 21, approved by council. And as I see it, Mr. DeChristopher is asking that remainder, because that's all he owns, be divided into two developable lots. And that's what it said. That's what's at issue. and the lot split criteria are applicable to determine whether or not the remainder of lot 21 should be divided. Because it's a he's requesting a division of land. The order recognizes the conundrum that Mr. DeChristopher finds himself in that he doesn't control the west 25 feet of lot 21. It's still owned by Mr. Pinziak. So the order recognizes or proposes to recognize the remainder of lot 21 for development purposes consistent with the R1 zoning district if the council were to deny this application. So that's kind of like a 30,000 foot summary where I think this council finds itself in trying to make this decision. If you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to discuss it.
Also had a question for Mr. Allen. In this paper, he originally agreed and then he changed his perspective. So I was wondering why.
Yes, at that point, we were only reviewing whether the lot dimensions as Mr. Christopher submitted them met the R1 zoning minimum lot requirements. We did not look at the subdivision. We did not look at the lot split. We were just looking at the R1 zoning requirements for 75 feet wide, 100 feet deep, minimum areas. And that's all I really looked at that time. Mr. Campbell then brought up the issues of lot splitting and subdivisions and everything else. And as we dove deeper into it, then I realized it does not meet the requirements of a subdivision or a lot split in this case.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Council, any questions this time? Okay. I have a few, and if we could take a quick 5-minute recess, if we don't mind. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, and I mean, we can all go. Do we need 10 minutes? Do we need more? Is 5 okay? 5? Wednesday. Thank you. Okay.
Spending too much.
the only way I've been before. So like I have to take some sort of caffeine. That's how. I know. We should serve coffee. Something. Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Council, are we ready to reconvene? City manager, are you ready to reconvene? Council, ready? Okay. Call the meeting back to order. Thank you all for your patience. All right, so we're back to the council. And the application, the question that Mr. Campbell asked about is a lot split application appropriate method? That's a question I would like to ask whoever's appropriate, and why the lot split application was the appropriate method.
In my opinion, the lot split application is the appropriate method to handle Mr. DeChristopher's request to divide the remainder of lot 21 into 2 developable lots.
Today, the city staff believes that there are 2 tax parcels. There are 2
tax parcels
owned by the same.
2 tax parcels currently owned by the same person, Mr. DeChristopher and his wife. So I'll refer to him as person. They're tax parcel.
Mm-hmm.
They're not a subdivided lot. They're a tax parcel created by the tax collector. Way back when, in 1984, when Mr. Penziak did all of his different conveyances for lots 19, 20, and 21. David's nodding his head. And that's in the record.
Yeah. The three original, the lots from the original's 1962 plat, 19, 20, and 21, today are shown by the property appraiser's office as 7 individual tax parcel IDs.
And today, can we pull up the property? I don't know what exhibit it was, but it shows a close-up of the property in the packet. Let me find the page. Maybe that was, what attachment was that? I'm sorry. Attachment 9, that might be it. Yeah, I thought there was a different one. Attachment 9 is better for a visual so I can see this. So, I mean, what I'd like to do is, just in my head at least, is just this came as a lot split application. And what were the other options? Was that the only option he could have taken? The applicant came to the city and wanted to develop 2 structures or buildings or wanted to develop the lot. And yeah, what were his options to develop 2 lots?
Request a lot split.
That's okay. Request a lot split. Was that his only option?
City council regulates the division of land. That's the remainder of lot 21 approved by the council in 1962. So if somebody wants to develop it in 2 different lots, then they got to seek approval of the division of land.
And
That was not done in this particular case, my understanding, based on staff's research.
so he came to the city with 2 parcels. He wanted to develop a residential dwelling or unit on each of those parcels. And the city says to do that, those 2 parcels need to be split. Why? Why?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
That is incorrect. Not that the 2 parcels, not that the two tax parcels have to be split.
Mhm.
The tax parcels already exist. They're a figment of the tax collector's clerk of the court's recordation of deeds back in 1984. They were split without, lot 21 was split without the city council's approval.
So the city recognizes them as split.
The city council does not recognize them as split. That's why we're before the city council with a lot split application, because the applicant would like the city council to approve this division of land and recognize the tax parcels, the 2 tax parcels, as 2 developable lots. There's a distinction between, as Mr. Campbell pointed out, there's a distinction between tax parcel and a developable lot that the city council recognizes under Chapter 98 of the code.
And the recommendation of city staff is that we deny the lot split application. Even though that was his only path to do this, okay? And so there are no other options, if I understand, if we deny that he can, that we, within our realm, that he can take to develop too.
The council's taking the application as it's presented. Some suggest, and the applicant's attorneys suggest, that there perhaps is a variance that could be granted to, in conjunction with the lot split application, to authorize what Mr. DeChrysler seeks to be authorized. But that is not at issue here. The issue is just simply a lot split application that was submitted by Mr. DeChristopher.
Good. And, okay. Okay. And so if we deny, in that same, we're saying develop, make it, recognize it, the order as 1 developable lot. And what happens to that line? Can he develop right over the top of that line? Does he have to remove that line?
The tax parcel lot, it's a tax parcel line.
But doesn't the city have setbacks and lot line?
Right.
Property
The city has setbacks requirements, of course. The setback requirements would apply to the developable lot recognized by the city council, not the tax parcel line.
Okay, will you say that one more time, please? Make sure I understand. Does he need to, you're saying that line can stay? And he can build right over the top of that line?
Might be like a unity of title probably would be required, I would imagine. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just speculating when a building permit's requested.
I
Just
want to
to
know what his
recognize.
path is forward after this day.
I don't know what this day concludes.
This day, if we take the recommendation of city staff, what does his day look like
Direction, yeah,
tomorrow?
the direction, well, I'll let Dave chime in a second, but I mean, the direction of the city council at the last hearing was to bring back an order denying the application. So if the council follows through with their previous direction and approves the order, the lot split application would be denied. However, the order recognizes that Mr. DeChristopher would be afforded all the development rights under R1 zoning to develop the remainder of lot 21 as originally intended when the city council approved the 1962 plat. And when they approved the 1962 plat, the laws in place at that time was one single family home under the zoning designation could be constructed on lots 19, 20, and 21. And that's what the council approved back in 1962. So why would he be afforded anything less? And the order recognizes the conundrum that Mr. DeChristopher finds himself in with an illegally subdivided lot. So to summarize, Mayor, I mean, if you deny his request, if the council denies his request, he should be able to develop one single family home on the remainder of lot 21, which actually consists of 2 tax parcels. Dave? I mean,
I agree with Anthony. I'm rereading the conditions or on page 9 of 9. I'm reading number 2, paragraph 2. Basically, the council is going to be approving one developable lot. And as we've indicated earlier tonight,
the council's not approving one developable lot if they deny the lot split application. The council's just recognizing what the 1962 city council approved, less the less than 25 feet that Mr. Penziak conveyed to himself, is the way I look at it.
let me read this into the record. So I apologize if I didn't word it properly.
Thank you.
So as not to deprive the owner of all property rights to develop the remainder of lot 21, the city recognizes the remainder of lot 21 or lot 21 is originally platted as one developable lot for development permit purposes. Now, to get back to the issue you were asking, Mayor, about the 2 tax parcel IDs, could he develop over that line? Well, I think, again, if we refer back to what I just read, then what we're looking at on this aerial right now is the property appraisers. For their purposes, those are their lines. For city development permit purposes, we need to consider what's being said in paragraph 2.
Well, just pull up the original plat.
Paragraph 2.
On page 9 of 9.
On page 9 of the
development order.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Please review with me. Remember, I was away during most of the month of November. The Planning and Zoning Board met once again to discuss this.
That's correct.
And their final decision on it was right what we have right here, correct? Is that correct? Because for some reason I don't see that in the packet on the Planning and Zoning. Could you just review that?
Yeah, the Planning and Zoning Board has considered this application and its supplemental application 2 different times. The first one, they considered the original application, essentially what's in front of you this evening. And as we've discussed this evening, they recommended approval based on the Chapter 110 zoning criteria. However, there was a supplemental application submitted by Mr. DeChristopher, and that went back as it was deemed a material change to the original application. That went back to the Planning and Zoning Board for their consideration and recommendation. And at that time, Mr. DeChristopher pulled the application during the Planning and Zoning Board's hearing. So those were so they did not take any action on the supplemental application. So those were the 2 times that the Planning and Zoning Board has considered the application and the supplemental application. Does that answer your question, Angela? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't quite understand. He pulled it, you mean the discussion stopped? when he
Yes.
Pulled it.
Yes, he
So that
withdrew.
was the end of the discussion.
End of discussion, it stopped. We did, the Planning and Zoning Board did not take an official action on the supplemental application since it was withdrawn by the applicant during the hearing.
Okay. And so why does he, if this is, we deny the lot split application and approve the development order. Why do we have to, in our ordinances, where do we find the development order procedure? Where is, this is the equivalent of a permit.
Well, it's not a building permit. It's a development order.
So why wouldn't he just go apply for a building permit?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
You remember the city in 1962 approved the plat. And there's never been any replats, lot splits. The council, the city has never taken any action to revise or amend that original plat. Have not done it. Mr. Pardon? Yes. Mr. Pinziak, as included in your agenda packet, has done some chain of title. There's been some deeds. And he's, as I indicated earlier, those 19, 20, and 21, the 3 original lots have been, for purposes of tax parcel IDs, have been divided up into 7. However, for the city of Cape Canaveral, we don't recognize those. We recognize what this council does with respect to the plat. The council, this council, or any previous council has never taken any official action on that plat since 1962.
Why aren't we doing that then?
Because the lot split process is an alternative
That
to
meaning,
the plat
that
process.
is the plat.
Yes, essentially that is
But could the plat be a process that he could go down today and come out with
He does not own all of lot 21.
No, that's
You,
not,
well,
that's
no,
not
you
the-
just
No, that-
told,
it's
we
two
just heard that he does own.
No,
those.
that's Mr. Mayor.
I'm just trying to,
Let me clarify, because I think the manager misspoke, or maybe he just didn't hear the question.
no, it's fine.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear. You asked, why doesn't he just follow the plat procedure? I'm paraphrasing. What?
said that it hasn't been platted since 19,
Right.
whatever.
62. We've
62.
taken no official action on the plat.
And the city has not required him to do a plat or not pursued a plat. And I said, well, my statement was, Anthony, well, why aren't we recommending him to do that?
Because
Go and replat.
Because
the replat, under the definition in the subdivision regulations, is a division of land into 3 or more lots. So you would be suggesting that he take the remainder of lot 21 and replat it into 3 or more lots. We're having difficulty addressing his application for 2. A replat would require, which would be triggered under the subdivision regulations, for 3 or more lots.
Yeah.
Right?
Per definition.
Per definition.
This is not a plat.
He's not requesting it. Nobody has really suggested that he
No, that's
take what
okay.
he owns and replat to 3.
Did he request a development order?
It's a matter of law that the approval.
No, but did he request it? Because if he didn't request a plat, I don't think I've seen him request.
Okay.
I hear what he's requesting, and so my question is where why are we doing a development order? And I just humbly want to know
Mm-hmm.
where this procedure is in our ordinance and why we're doing it this way. Where can you use the ordinance to take me down this path?
Everything is not written in the city code. An application for a lot split is a request for a development permit. The approval under law, to approve with conditions or reject a development permit application is a development order. As a matter of law,
To reject?
approve with conditions or reject an application for a development permit, which a lot split is an application for a development permit, as a matter of law requires a development order.
Okay.
So that development order is in writing. In this particular case, many times, I mean, councils have relied on the written staff reports for their written findings and development order. In this case, the council asked that we draft the document that you have before you due to the complexities of this record in the history involving this property. And rightfully so. I mean, that's council's prerogative. So what you have before you is a development order rejecting a development permit application for a lot split. So it's a matter of law, Mayor. Our code does not have.
And I'm not saying it's not. I just want to know, I can see the lot.
I mean, I'm trying to help.
No, I see our procedures for a lot split application. I can go to our ordinances and follow those procedures. This gentleman approached the city and said, I want to build two. I would assume, did he initially come for a permit? Was that his first stop?
Yeah, as I recall, that's what brought this to our attention.
He applied for a permit?
I'm not going to sit here and testify to that this evening. As
He
I
inquired
recall,
about a permit?
I believe I could go that far and say there was some discussion by Mr. DeChristopher for his interest in applying for a permit to build a home on each of the tax parcels.
Can I verify that with the applicant? Thank you very much. Okay. So I just need a second here. Collect my thoughts. Council, please, if there's any comments, I need to review some of this.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
Maybe Mr. DeChristopher or his attorney. When you bought the property, you're a developer. Did you inquire into if the lots were big enough to build two before you purchased the property?
Yes, thank you, Mr. DeChristopher, for coming forward.
Michael DeChristopher, 1765 Rochelle Parkway, Rhode Island, Florida. I did come in to see Mr. Morley and Mr. Dickey about building two homes. That is correct. Prior to me purchasing the property, it was on multiple listing service. I'm also a broker. And on multiple listing service, it said it was two buildable lots. So I went back and looked at other listings that prior to me buying it, and it was mentioned that was two buildable lots. So when I talked to the owners of the property, they said that it was two buildable lots. So Vincent Keenan was the listing agent. So I looked at zoning maps, looked at other legal descriptions in the subdivision. I saw there were 4 other corner lots. Wasn't aware of the 15%. I saw all the lots that had been subdivided because I knew the history of Mr. Pinziat. So I assumed that everything was okay. So after I bought him a year later, when I planned to, when I went into city and asked to be able to build two homes, my concern was the setbacks. And that's why I initially came in to see Mr. Dickey about why the code for R1 was 25 feet on both corners, when everything else on Ridgewood Avenue was 15 feet. Well, obviously the code said in R2, you can have a 15-foot setback on one of the side streets, but in R1, you had to have 25 feet. So again, looking at all the other lots, I didn't see there was an issue. I didn't see a need to come into the city based on what I saw, including the official zoning map, that there was 2 lots there. So I purchased them.
Mr. DeChristopher, can I ask you a question as well, please?
Sure.
And so you pursued a building application at first. That was your first step because you wanted to go, you bought the lots, you're ready to build your homes. And you inquired, that was what my question was earlier.
Yeah, I came in.
You inquired, and then what happened? You found out that you could not.
Well, when we sat down, the first couple of meetings that we had was basically about setbacks and how what were the setbacks, because I wasn't familiar with the setbacks. And then I think probably around the third meeting or so is when Mr. Dickey informed me that the city did not recognize the 2 tax parcels as lots of record. So that 3 years later, here I am.
And he told you at that point, in order to do that, you needed to do a lot split application?
I had 2 options.
Okay.
Do a lot split application because the city came that application came into existence in 2010. Prior to that, you didn't have anything. Everything that had to be split had to be platted 2 or more, not 3 or more. Florida statute requires that now. It's 3 or more. It's a subdivision. But prior to 2010, someone wanted to split a lot, they had to plat it according to your ordinance. The other option was to come back and rezone it back to what originally was intended, which was R2. And then in 1979, it went from R2 to R1. It made a lot of people angry. And they went out there and they subdivided all their lots, including Mr. Pinziak. The only difference today is he never built on it. Now I'm stuck with it.
Okay. So you were given 2 options.
2 options. Second option,
Rezone
it back to R2 and have the one developable lot. It'd be 1 lot, but I would have a binding development plan to build 2 homes on 1 lot because now it's R2.
R2 allows multifamily
And
versus R1 that only allows single family.
And then you did not want to pursue a rezoning because you did not pursue a rezoning, I think, obviously.
It was this route was the easiest route.
Okay.
From what I understood.
And then what month or time frame was this in roughly?
3 years ago. I've been trying to work with this with
2019,
staff.
18.
The reason why this time has elapsed, number 1 was the pandemic, and number 2 was that Mr. Dickey had rewritten an ordinance or a resolution.
It was an ordinance.
An ordinance
Yep.
to change it so that anybody that was subject to something like what I had prior to 2010, I'd be grandfathered in. Anything after that, which would address Mr. Pinziak's splits, because he was the same owner that had split it from 40 years ago, he would not be grandfathered in. So the city would not recognize his splits, but they would recognize mine. But the council at that time took no action. So
Yeah, and I recall. And then you pursued the lot split application.
And that's why I did the lot split.
Okay. And so why did you not pursue the lot application first? If when you came in, city staff told you that you have a rezoning option and you have a lot split application option, that's 2 options.
I gave Mr. Dickey time to rewrite the ordinance.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't have to do it again.
So we have procedures that allow lot splits to happen in the city to develop them.
And the other,
Why didn't you want to go follow that procedure?
because Mr. Dickey
Because they're
suggested,
written today.
right, well, Mr. Dickey suggested that he would rewrite the ordinance so that I would be grandfathered in, and then it would address Mr. Pinsiak's illegal splits at that point in time, which we really haven't done. So I agreed to sit back and wait. Unfortunately, the council member took action in January 2021. So I went the route of doing the lot split application. The reason why I did that was because it was half price.
But why
Because
did
of
you
the
need to,
pandemic.
but why did you need to change why did we need to change the ordinance if there was already a procedure to do what you wanted to do?
That's a question that you have to ask Mr. Dickey and
Okay,
Mr. Moore. I can't answer.
thank you. Thank you. Can I ask that question to us? Why, if he had a procedure and he was told that you go through this lot split application or you rezone, why did he not go down that path first?
I'll take a stab at that one. Yeah, I mean, I've been with the city for 8 years now, and I've run into this issue at least twice prior to Mr. DeChristopher. And I know some of you are aware of Mr. Boucher on just south of this. He had a very similar situation. And so I was aware of this issue, and the thought was, well, rather than deal with this excruciating pain that we have to go through, ask Mr. DeChristopher
Wait,
if that's
just-
descriptive, rather than do
The
that
lot
every
split?
time.
The lot split is an
Yes.
excruciating pain?
Yes. In his particular case, it's been, and
The
Mr.
word-
Boucher's
I
is,
want to talk about that, maybe not right now, but I just want to make sure I understand. When you say it, go through the excruciating pain, you're saying our lot split application process is an excruciating
no,
pain?
I didn't say that, Mayor.
Okay, then
Please
what
don't put words in my
excruciating?
mouth.
I'm asking you then what was the excruciating pain?
The excruciating pain is for me as a staff person to work with a Mr. DeChristopher, a Mr. Boucher, and I don't want to go too much into detail because there's a lot of this is going to be on the record, but there have been certain property owners in the city that have, as Mr. DeChristopher here, have purchased properties that they were not fully aware of all the conditions that came with the property, even after their due diligence. And transactions are made based on those assumptions. They purchase these properties. And to deal with property owners who, after the fact, have already purchased these properties, it's very difficult for me to, I guess I'm an empathetic person. What we decided to do was we decided to come up with an ordinance to address all of these similar situations at one time, rather than going through these one by one. And that's what we did. And we brought that to the council, which you were on at the time, and the council decided not to move forward with it. Now, I can't tell you why the council decided to do that. We could certainly go back into the minutes and we could determine why the council didn't want to move forward with that. But it was an attempt by staff to address this issue citywide rather than individual properties by property, by property, by property, by property, by property. And that's what we discussed with Mr. DeChristopher. He agreed to wait to see what the results of that proposed ordinance would be that would address all of these situations. The council at the time decided not to move forward with it. Therefore, Mr. DeChristopher decided he would move forward with the lot split application.
And you thought that was a good idea?
To do what?
To pursue the lot split application?
Well, it was a process. We proposed that to Mr. DeChristopher as an option for him to pursue.
Okay. Council?
So it went back to planning and zoning, the lot split application.
The original lot split app, yes, we're talking about Mr. DeChristopher's supplemental application?
Yeah.
Yes, it did go back.
And then he rescinded it.
He withdrew it during the hearing.
Why?
You'd have to ask Mr. DeChristopher.
Okay, Mr. DeChristopher.
During the application, during the review process for planning and zoning, staff said that 15% rule, I added 15%. I took 15% out of the north lot and added it to the corner lot because to meet 98, 107, I think it was. So when I did that, the north lot became non-conforming lot of record according to planning and zoning. So they didn't want to approve the new drawing, the new sketch of the lot, because they said they would be approving the north lot as a non-conforming lot of record. Which a non-conforming lot of record is still buildable. But but there are many examples that I said before the planning and zoning that there are lot splits and they're in replats and only 37 feet wide in the back. So, and they may be 75 feet in the front, which I did, but and in the back I have 65 feet. So I thought it would be okay to do that. But since they would say they said they could not approve it because the north lot would be a non-conforming lot of record. So at that point, I asked Mr. Garganese, can I withdraw that supplemental application and just stay with the original application? I'm happy with the original application. I was just trying to help my situation by adding the 15% and taking it out of the north lot.
Thank you.
Council, just checking in. Council, what are you thinking? Is that within appropriate? I'm fine if that's.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate, but point of order, Mayor, council meeting ends in 3 minutes unless the
Oh my
council
gosh.
extends.
Okay. Council, let's take 2 minutes to look at this whole agenda and try to make the best decision we can. We're going to have to extend no matter what. And I do recommend doing at least.
I have a couple of things that I need to say.
Point of order,
Well, we
you
need
need to
to
address
address
the
that.
extension
Yeah.
of the meeting, or the meeting is adjourned at 10 o'clock pursuant to your rules. I would suggest you
We don't
take
want
that
to
up first.
delay. Thank you. So how long would this council like to extend?
I'll make a motion, we extend the meeting to 10:30.
I'll second.
I got a motion by Councilmember Kellum, second by Councilmember Willis to extend the meeting to 10:30 PM. Any discussion on that motion? Any issue with that or proposed changes?
Well, I would propose that we delay items 8 and 10 to the next council meeting.
Okay, let's extend first.
Yeah.
And okay, thank you. Everybody okay with extending to 10:30 with the hope to get out, not at 10:30, well, as fast as due diligence process. We've got to go through this and there's no reason to rush, but we are reaching a point. So, all right. Mayor Pro Tem,
I just wanted
do
to
you have
take-
any issue with
take a
the,
vote?
Mayor,
did you have any issue with the extension
Call
of
the vote.
time?
No, call the question.
Okay, City Clerk. Sorry, I thought you raised your hand that you wanted to say something about the time.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you.
4.
Councilmember Kellum.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4,
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond.
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
motion passes to extend to 10:30. Councilmember Raymond, or Councilmember Willis, do we want to go ahead and relieve those items now before we get back into the item? Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, I think Councilmember Willis talked about a way that we'll actually get out at 10:30.
Yeah,
So
I would like to have items for discussion number 8 and 10 move to the next council meeting.
Okay, so Councilmember Willis, number 8, 9, and 10?
8 and 10.
8 and 10 to be moved to the next council meeting. Okay, is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll
You want to make a
second it.
motion
Yeah, I'll make a
I'll
motion to
second.
move 8 and 10.
Second.
to postpone?
Yes, postpone.
Okay. Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to postpone items for discussion 8 and 10. Councilmember Kellum, any?
Yes, I would just like to ask Molly, the Veterans Park redesign of doing away with the playground, is that going to hold up the bid process? it's going to go out to bid, so we need to make a decision on this. Okay,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else? All right. Got a motion, yes, to restate it by Councilmember Willis, and second by Councilmember Raymond to postpone items items 8 and 10. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Councilmember Kellum,
Or
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, motion passes 5-0 to move them. We're back to item number 7. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I just wanted to point out a few things. On page 6 of 9,
Mm-hmm.
if you read section 21,
Mm-hmm.
in addition, the review of criteria set forth in section 98-66 requires the proposed lot split shall in every respect meet the criteria established elsewhere in this chapter. All right, and it goes through to explain about lot 21, block 9, that it's a corner and it's lacking. Okay, that section provides that corner lots for residential use shall have a width of at least 15% larger than the width of the interior lots. All right, that's in our code. I mean, I think the whole problem is that, yes, you know, we want to be nice. However, we have to follow the law. That's our law. That's our law. So I wanted to point that out. I think that's an important point. And I think we just need to come to a decision on this. I mean, this has been going on a long time now, and enough is enough. And I mean, you can ask all the questions and the different paths. However, a decision needs to be made for everyone's benefit.
I think we had some comments from the public that wanted to come up. Is that right? Ms. Rosanka?
Thank you, Mayor. Kim Rosanka again for the applicant. To address Mayor Pro Tem's issue, that code provision, I believe you asked 10 attorneys, you're going to get 10 different opinions on what that means and whether it applies here. I say it doesn't apply here, and your staff didn't know it applied. Planning and Zoning Board didn't know it applied, and Mr. Allen didn't know it applied. The Planning and Zoning Board approved this in August, the advisory board. Staff recommended approval because it met the dimensional requirements of the lot. But to meet your code, there could be a variance applied for, and that was brought up by Todd Morley, your city manager, at the October 18th. That's why he didn't apply for a variance, because that's the first time he didn't heard of it. So there are ways to make it compliant with your code. And the problem is perhaps this does apply, but it hasn't applied in this subdivision, in this 1962 plat. It did not apply to the Lorkins lot, which was built in 2017 and is a corner lot. And there's no way it's 15% larger than the interior lot. In fact, if you read that code section, it's really complicated to figure out which interior lots you're applying. Do you apply them all? Do you average them up? What do you do? It's a very complicated section, which is probably why it was missed repeatedly by the city. So it hasn't been applied. This is an equity and fairness and reasonableness issue. The lot split meets everything, as far as I can tell, except the city's current explanation of what this 98-107 means. So it meets everything but that to which a variance could apply. And that 98-107, according to Muni Code, was adopted in 81 and revised in 93. So that has been on the books for a long time. And the only other issue that I would, not even an issue, the only other thing that I would state is in that page 9 of the ordinance, or the draft order, not the ordinance, where it states not to deprive the property owner of all property rights to develop 2 lots, which your zoning map does show as 2 lots. And I have a copy of it signed by Mr. Morrison, that it shows 2 lots. And I'm going to present that for the record for you to look at. But you're depriving Mr. DeChristopher of 50% of the value of the lot. And so it is depriving him of property rights. then I'd ask you to consider that. And I do want to submit this because it does show in your zoning map, for due diligence purposes, it's 2 lots zoned R1.
And thank you. Thank you. I'm going to pass it this way, and then if y'all want to pass it back, we'll leave it down here so they can scan it into the record. I think they're different, just so you can review it. Thank you. So if our tax parcels, I mean, if we have 2, that was the question that like, if there's 2, why do you have to, he's not splitting, they're already split.
No, I think we've discussed this already.
Yeah, we have.
What you're
And-
looking at is, when you say there's already 2 tax parcels, there is already 2 tax parcels.
Right.
But for city development purposes, when we get ready to issue a building permit, we don't look at the tax parcel map. We look at the plat.
Mhm.
And the plat, because the council has never taken any action on it since 1962, still shows lot 19, 20, and 21. So when he comes in this particular case, he being Mr. DeChristopher, comes in with a survey, which we require as part of a building permit application, showing the parcel and showing the home and where everything would be laying out. Mr. Christopher never got to that point, but I'm just letting the council know what would happen. At that point, it would be determined that the parcel is not consistent with the original plat. And that's where the issue lies.
So if the city looks at the plat and the development procedures, then what are we applying setbacks and things to? The plat?
We're applying it to a parcel, a lot.
And we see those lot lines that
Mhm.
that zoning map shows.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, not the zoning map. Now, the zoning map, what Ms. Rozenka just submitted into record is the city's zoning map.
Mhm.
The city's zoning map's base map, what we use as a base is the property appraiser's parcel ID map.
But that's not what you use in practice when somebody comes in?
That's correct, because the city, we don't maintain parcels. That is done by the property appraiser's office. So that's why and they keep it fairly up to date. So that's why that map uses the property appraiser as a property appraiser's parcel map as a base map.
Why don't we zone based to the platting?
Why don't we use because
Why don't we just have a consistent map for our zoning jurisdictions?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that question. We don't have the city doesn't have a full-time GIS department. And I mean, these plats and property transfers happen on a regular basis. So, that's just not been the city's practice. So
Well, I
don't
just
know.
think that when we look at our zoning map, when we see the parcels, when we're at the property appraisers, we recognize two ownerships, but I understand the plat, how the plat conflicts. I just don't know why he was to go down a lot split application process that's now being recommended to deny. And that was it. That's my confusion. The procedures did not make sense to me when I go to our ordinances, and that's our job today, is to apply our ordinances. I did not see in our ordinances where it told us to do a development order. I didn't see the applicant ask for a development order.
No, he didn't. He asked for a lot split. It was the council who's asked for the development order.
And we are being recommended now to deny the lot split. And that whole process is a bit confusing to me. And there's some obviously information from the applicant today that I think this council is looking at now, the packet of information we need to look at. But yeah, that's where I'm kind of stuck. And council, I mean, do you want to talk through what you're thinking here? And if there's any other comments that want to come out? My thought is that we look at the recommendation and we ask if we want to do that or something else or whatever our city attorney gives us guidance on. And
Mr. Mayor, we,
Yep.
at the last meeting we did, and it's in the minutes here from the last meeting, it was a 5-0 vote to deny the application and to make one buildable lot. And I think it went back to P and Z. He pulled the lot split. I think I mean, we're not denying him. We're giving him permission to build on the platted lot. And I'm sorry that Mr. Pinziak split the lots without the city approval. But I think we need to make a decision, and we can talk it to death, but it doesn't go to our code. The houses are not going to face the right way, and the 15%. And I think they say that, since 1984 or 1962, I think things are brought to the council and things are changed for a reason. Maybe to better the neighborhood feel of the community there. But I think it's time we make a decision. And I feel bad for Mr. Christopher, but we got to go by the ordinances and the laws that are on the books. I believe.
so the recommendation to deny based on is it just strictly based, is the 115%? Because I want to apply the ordinances that are applicable here. And some of those, I mean, this is lengthy, but when we go through, I want to make sure, what are the reasons, all of the reasons, not one, that we're denying or getting a recommendation to deny?
Stated in the proposed order.
Yeah, would you like me to point those out in the order? Look at,
Because that's the heart of this conversation. And if we're going to move this along, I think my goal is to make sure council, if they're okay with that, we can
well,
proceed.
we'll recap that
Thank you.
again.
Yes, thank you.
But on page 6 of 9, paragraph 21. Page 7 of 9, paragraph 28.
Wait, I'm still in the first one. What is it? Page 6 of 921?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned 28 earlier.
Yes, page 7 of 9, 28. And I don't want to, I mean, the order stands on its own. I don't want to pick specific pieces out of the order, but I'm pointing out highlights that the council may want to consider as part of their deliberation. And then paragraph 28 at the bottom of 7 of 9, discussing the orientation of the lots and the orderly layout.
What was that one?
Paragraph 28, the bottom of 7 of 9.
Okay, I got that one. So 28 and 21?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, Mayor, these things are kind of build upon one another. Then if you look at paragraph 29 on 8 of 9, because of these things that are discussed in those previous paragraphs that I mentioned to you, our position is that the request is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. So it builds on itself, but I think there's ample ample evidence and ample reasons to justify the recommendation.
In the lot split criteria approval process, on page 5 of 9, so just below, are the review criteria. So yeah, item B is the comp plan. I'm on page, 6 of 9, sorry, under item 24B. 24B, item. It's on, it's kind yep, go up, back a little. It's just before item 21. Yep, all that, keep going up. Yep, those right there. So these are the ones that I think Mr. Zinka outlined some of these as well. B is one demonstrated in 29, section 9866V4 right there. And then the other one is 9866-24A, thank you. So that, just to make it easy for me, which one of these, is it just B? Are there any others on this A through J list that city staff believes he does not satisfy the applicant?
And if I could, Mayor.
Because that's what we're doing, right?
Right. In summary, and this is just a summation. Whenever someone submits a lot split application, that application has to be reviewed under the criteria set forth in the code. It's depicted on your screen, A through J. In this particular case, based on the evidence presented, the review of staff, the city's engineer, the order finds that the application violates A, because the proposed lot split does not in every respect meet the criteria established elsewhere in this chapter and city code for the category of zoning and other relevant codes and applicable law under which the property is zoned. For example, the 15% rule. The proposal does not comply with B. The application is not consistent with the city's comprehensive plan because the city's comprehensive plan requires that development permit applications be consistent with the city's land development regulations, including subdivision regulations. And Chapter 98 subdivision regulations is the crux of the issue this evening. Likewise, C, the application does not create any lots, tracts of land or developments that do not conform to the city code. As indicated before, the staff's view and the city's engineer is that it doesn't comply. The two proposed lots do not comply with the code. In addition, G, the application is does not promote the orderly layout and use of land. And there's discussion in the order about that with respect to the orientation of the proposed lots to Ridgewood compared to the orientation of the surrounding lots that orient towards East Central. Dave, is that a summary?
I agree with that. And that's an accurate summation of the order.
Thank you. So it's A, B, C, and G.
Correct.
Okay. May I ask a question to Mr. Campbell? He had provided testimony and I wanted to make sure I understood what he had stated at a prior meeting. That's okay, Mr. Campbell, I'd like to ask you a question on, well, it's, as you're walking up, I'll ask it. It's, I think, pretty easy. You had in a P and Z, or it was in a prior agenda packet on this item. You had spoke about the items that you did not believe the applicant satisfied. And so we're under this section. I don't know if you have access to what we're looking at here, but thank you.
And I think it's a matter of record. I did comment on all of this for the record, and that was my read it and then say whether it passed or failed speech. And this lines up pretty close. The attorney lines up pretty close to what I said from the very get-go, why it doesn't fit. So I don't think I addressed the city's comprehensive plan. I was just going mostly by math and things that were absolutely demonstratable at that meeting.
Thank you.
Right.
That was it. Yes. Council? What? City attorney's waving.
Just point of order and for record keeping. I prepared, if the council is inclined to approve the development order as proposed, I prepared in essence, a form resolution that just for the city council's historical records simply approves the order. So I would recommend that, the council approve the resolution, and which includes the development order. So I'll just pass that down. It's a very simple, straightforward resolution. If you wouldn't mind giving counselor a copy, please.
I might need one more if you have it, please.
7.
Okay.
Everyone down there have one? Okay. Thank you. We're good now.
Okay. Can I have mine back? No, just kidding.
Oh, do you need?
I can't.
I only made 7.
He needs to read the number into the record
Well, he's gonna read the title.
and the title.
I'm assuming,
What is this?
That's just a proposed resolution. I mean, if the council's inclined to deny the development order, then I would recommend that this resolution be approved. It's just simply a cover resolution denying or adopting the proposed development order. If that's your direction that you want to go.
And did you want to approve or deny the order? He's saying if you deny this, is what you're recommending?
If there's a majority of you that want to deny the development order, then my recommendation would be to approve the resolution.
Okay.
Which approves the development order that's been proposed at your direction.
Do
at
we
the
have
prior
to
meeting.
do a final vote on the lot split application tonight?
The resolution would be the final vote for denial.
Because the ordinance
If you want
says-
to take a different direction, then as you recall, there was a resolution that was proposed previously for approval, right? But again, I'm
And so this
trying to
is
read
a
the tea leaves.
resolution for
Denial.
of the lot split application.
Denying. Development order. Correct. Because the resolution number 2022-32 simply says it's a resolution of the City Council of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, adopting a development order denying an application filed by Michael and Colette Christopher, husband and wife, for a proposed lot split of a portion of Lot 21, Block 9, Cape Canaveral Beach Gardens Unit Number 2, according to the plat or plat thereof, as recorded in the plat book 17, page 81 and 82 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, providing an effective date. And the recital simply say that the Christophers own the subject property, and it states where the property is located, the legal description of the subject property and reiterates that the council's heard arguments, evidence, and testimony presented, and having reviewed the record, otherwise being duly advised, the council would adopt the development order attached here too and fully incorporated herein by reference, and the mayor and city clerk and city attorney are authorized to execute the same on behalf of the city council. So it's simply a very basic resolution that would approve the proposed development order that you directed be presented to you this evening. That's all.
Did we read this,
We just did.
this resolution? Have we ever read this?
I just read practically 80% of it to you. The rest is just your formality of signature blocks and provides an effective date of.
I can't do that. I need to read this. I'm sorry. And I shouldn't feel bad that I'm just issued a piece of paper. 1, 2, 3, 4,
No,
5, 6,
time
7,
out.
8, 9. I mean,
2 pages.
this,
It's
it's just the cover pages, the inverse.
It's just 2 pages.
For
It's
the
just the ref of the resolution. The attachment is the development order that was in your
That's-
agenda.
that's
That's
what
been
we've
in
had.
your agenda package.
This we haven't.
Yeah, it's
You
only.
just read, okay, I was
two-
following you and I'm sitting here
Sorry if
and I got
confused
mixed up and I thought that there was changes to this.
you. No.
okay.
Unless you direct that there be changes to it.
Okay,
I
thank
have
you.
not changed the development order. It's what was proposed.
I was going to give it a hard 10-minute read. I was ready. I just,
well.
I had to do that. So, okay, thank you. Council?
I make a motion that we adopt a resolution 2022-32.
I second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Callum and a second by Councilmember Davis to adopt Resolution 2022-32.
Yes.
Okay. This is to deny the lot split and recognize it as the order says.
Correct.
Any more discussion on this? I don't understand why we're not voting on just to deny the lot split. That's I'm very concerned about moving forward. Why don't we vote? This is an applicant for a lot split. He wanted a lot split. The original thing said approve or deny a lot split. That was it by resolution. Let me finish. By resolution, and now it keeps growing. I'm happy to approve or deny a lot split, and then we can go back. But why are we not doing this as a separate motion and a separate vote? Is there a reason why we're merging this as one?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm not merging what into one.
Seems like there's 2 actions. So look at the recommendation that's provided.
I think we're just recognizing one buildable lot.
Well, I want to vote yes to approve the lot split or no, and I want to state the reasons why we're doing that. Because that's what the ordinances tell us to do.
Mayor, point of order, we have 1 more minute till it's 10:30.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. You know me, I'm principled as I can be. I don't understand why I'm happy to separate these, but I need to apply the ordinances and either approve or deny this lot split application. That's what the gentleman submitted. That's the only thing in our ordinances that he submitted. I'm not aware of what a supplemental lot split application is. Never seen that. I understand there was material changes. And this development order, if we would have approved his lot split, would we have done this development order as well?
It would have been another development order.
No.
Yes, you would have.
It would have been another development order. We would approve the lot split. We wouldn't be considering a development, this document tonight.
It was another resolution that was prepared.
Correct.
Approving the lot split.
Correct.
That
Okay.
was considered during the first hearing
Well, I'm so-
Council's direction was to prepare a development order denying it. So that's what this development order does. It denies the application.
But our ordinances don't tell us to use a development order to deny an application.
Mr. Mayor, it's 10:30. I
It
think
is,
we
and
need
I'm
to make a-
sorry, but we want to extend 5 minutes?
And
We'd like to call the question.
Okay,
We
that
have a
question,
motion
we
on the
got a
floor.
motion on the floor and we've got a second, and I'm under discussion like I usually do, and I'm telling you my concern on supporting this whole
We need
motion.
to vote.
Okay, so we need to extend first.
Make a motion, we
Have to.
extend 10 minutes.
Thank
Second.
you. Okay, did you say 10?
10.
Okay, got a motion to extend to 10:40 PM by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Davis. City Clerk,
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Councilmember Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
That's it. So now we can take my comments that's my concern. So if we want to, we got a motion on the floor, we got a second. Any other further discussion item on this?
No, but if you look at the minutes from the last meeting, we asked staff to bring back a final order memorializing option 2 to deny the application as presented, with a resolution recognizing the property owned by the applicant currently as a developable lot. So that's exactly what we're doing.
But we got a development order, not a now we got the resolution on the top. So
Call the question.
Call the question. Yes, I second it.
the last is, this whole packet is before us too tonight. And so
Call the question.
I second it.
city attorney, can we go ahead and move
Yep.
forward?
If they call on the
Please,
question,
I'm
there's a
doing the-
motion, on the floor to call the question. If there's 4 council members that approve the call the question motion, then debate is cut off, and then you call the question on the main motion, which is to approve resolution 2022-32, incorporating the proposed development order. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I would make a motion. So we need to call the question?
We need to vote.
Need to vote on the call the question.
Okay. City Clerk,
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Councilmember Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
against.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, the motion passes 4-1.
So therefore, the main motion is to approve resolution 2022-32, which incorporates the proposed development order. A roll call on that would be required under your rules at this time.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Councilmember Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
Against.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, we have 7 minutes. That concludes that item. I think we should, the 2 items I want to be sensitive to, we can move on to item number 8, or we can adjourn.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
We have 1 item, Waste Pro.
I forgot to add something to the last with number 7. Can I add that now? I was just going to say that with all the information that's been given out, I think that the owners of the remaining lots need to be advised of all of the order in that. They need to be informed.
Thank you. I think city.
We can make
manager-
that happen, absolutely.
Thank you.
We've already
Thank you.
said that we were going to dispense with 8 and 10. We're
But
going
9.
to take care of 9.
9, yeah, that's the one I'm
Okay,
talking
thank
about.
you.
Okay, we're on to item number 9 in 6 minutes. Is this, city manager?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
At our last city council meeting, city council heard a presentation from Waste Pro. They're here tonight to answer 2 questions that were asked at the last meeting. The first question was, how are other municipal franchise fees calculated? And the second one was, what would be the impact if we let go of our C&D dumpster exclusion? How would that impact our rates? And I believe These gentlemen are here tonight prepared to answer those two questions, and then the council can make a decision about an early renewal option.
Thank you. Hello, gentlemen. Thank you.
Mayor, council, staff. We'll make this as quick as possible. Just really quick here. So Flat Loftus, Dean Lloyd, I went ahead and looked at the franchise fees for 4 competitive municipalities south of A1A, just one after the other. All 4 of these municipalities, competitors of ours, have a 10% flat franchise fee, and that's simply the city's or the contractor rather pays 10% of gross billings monthly, and that's 10% of residential and commercial billing. There's one exception, City of Cocoa. They pay a flat franchise fee of $2,500 just one time, which is very low. It is what it is, but it's just a one-time flat franchise fee. So it's very simply 10% across the board for these municipalities south on A1A with our competitors. And Dean has our information that.
So, and it's, again, we'll get real quick to it. So as far as the franchise fees for your city, it's a flat fee. It started out, I think in 2015 at $100,000 a year. It grows with CPI. All right, so it is not necessarily tied to any revenue adjustments. It grows with CPI. You're currently for 2022 in the $115,000 range, 115 per year. Does that sound about right?
That's correct.
Other municipalities that that Waste Pro has in Brevard County, just as an example, Palm Shores actually they receive 15%. Melbourne Village is 10%. Melbourne Beach is 15%. Malabar is 5%, and Grant Valcaria, which we have municipal contract with, does not have a franchise fee. So, and just some other numbers in comparison, as I mentioned, you're about 115,000 annually. Palm Shores, roughly 32,000. Melbourne Village, 7,000. Melbourne Beach, 51,000. Malabar, 55,000. Rough numbers based on what we did. So they fluctuate on a monthly basis because it's not all based on revenue. Sometimes it's just based on collection. So if residents don't pay, then therefore the franchise fee is not paid as well. All right, so hopefully that summarizes that part of it.
Thank you.
Any questions on the franchise fee part?
Thank you.
Council, any questions? Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and then to address the roll-off, it would be a pretty substantial undertaking of it. Not to say we couldn't figure out exactly what it would, the impact would be, but we would, just some rough numbers on there, I would estimate an additional $1 per home, and possibly another $1 per container yard for commercial businesses, in addition to what we had proposed, if that part was to go away. So when we initially bid this contract, it was the expectation that we get the roll-off business, we get the commercial business, and we get the residential business. And we believe that we have done our part as far as servicing everybody when it comes to that. And I know this a question came up a while ago that there was a shortage of containers, and there was at one point a shortage of containers. But since I've been on board with Waste Pro since August of 2021, and we have brought in roughly 120 roll-off containers at a substantial cost of shipping them into our location. So, and not just our area, but all of Central Florida. But I mean, specifically at our location here in Brevard County, we have brought in, I'd say, at least 120 containers of various sizes, anywhere from a 10-yard container up to a 40-yard container, to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the residents that way. So we've done that. We've done front load containers, and we've also done probably a couple thousand the residential carts that come into this area so that we can get them distributed, again, not just to Cape Canaveral, but to all of our municipalities that we can.
I want to just pause right there, not to be disrespectful.
Sure.
We had 10:40. Is that what, so I want to give you enough time for us to respond,
Understood?
but you need to get through it.
I'm done.
Or, okay. Thank you very much. Council?
I have one question on the roll-off
Yes.
estimate. Was that based on the contract being in 2024 or the new contract?
That would be as it stands right. Right, so with the, as far as keeping the roll-off in there, yeah, our desire and our expectation is to keep all of keep that business together.
Okay.
As the contract stands.
Okay, but if it, for whatever reason, it wasn't there, you were adding the $1.15, whatever it was, it would just be part of the new contract in 2024.
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor, if
Yes.
we're going to continue discussion, we'll have to extend again.
Council?
I don't have any more questions.
Thank you all very much for staying with us. This is, I know, a big issue.
It's big for us as well, so we're glad to be here.
Is there a way, and there's our city attorney, can we approve this when it goes into effect January or effective immediately upon signature?
Yes, our
Okay.
expectation when we first started would be for January 1st.
Do we want
We're
to try
up
to
against
pass
that.
this tonight, or do you want to pass it with conditions for like a 60-day review period? And
Mayor, it may help if you would ask staff and city attorney to work with their council to create an extending document that would agree to adopt the terms as proposed.
Yep.
And bring that back to you in January.
I'm fully in support of what they need today, if we can do that. This is my today, and then, get it right, make sure it's good. And so immediate relief. So thank you. That sounds like you could get on that path. No, I'm just saying that if what you described was you'd start working with them, that's
so-
the immediate relief I'm talking about, is
To close out the night.
not wait on us for another 30 days before we meet, before they can start moving forward.
So as I understand it, Mayor, a motion would be appropriate to approve staff working with Waste Pro to accept the early renewal option. We're not going to change anything about the C&D dumpsters, because as I see it, that's about an 8% increase across the board if we did do that. And then bring back an approval document, a suitable document at the January meeting.
Approval. It's fallen asleep. The approval document, city charter requires an ordinance for a franchise renewal.
So that's 2 readings.
Okay.
So this ordinance right here, 13-2014.
It would be a new ordinance.
No, I
Oh, the
think
new one.
that was
Okay, I
the,
got it.
so
See it.
that's when it would be final.
Upon second reading of the ordinance.
I'll make.
Knowing that,
yeah.
this is a 3-reading deal.
Yeah.
So step 1, we want to move forward?
Yes,
Okay, let's do it.
Make a motion
I'll make a motion that we move forward with the contract with Waste Pro.
with
I'll
the
second.
reading ordinance to extend
Yeah,
or
yes,
renew.
yeah. What he
I'll
said.
second.
Thank you. City Clerk, did you get that?
Are we on item number 9? Did we just?
Yes.
You're on item number 9, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Davis,
Or
Councilmember Kellum, Mayor Morrison,
4?
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, Councilmember Willis.
4.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
I was asking you, it's late. It's like, that works too.
Okay.
All right, council, it's 10:44 Waste Pro. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate you. Y'all ready to adjourn?
Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas. Meeting adjourned. Five days.
Two motions at one time. To extend the meeting? Right, I got that. But then somebody said motion to extend the meeting. Oh, okay.
David and Todd.